Hi friends, good morning, and this is your host Ankit Khandelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Nicholas Palaveda joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, United States of America. Good morning, Nick, and good morning to our viewers on IBM TV. And today we have Economics Monday. As usual, it's a great lineup from professors to financial advisors to editors around the world joining us from different parts of the world. And welcome, Kim. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Sorry I'm late, guys. I hate missing the plane when it flies in, but we're on the runway, we're flying, and I'm ready for some economics. And
well, we got a great lineup today. We have, if they all show up, but they usually do. It looks like we're going to have the former dean of Yale University Business School, also the current economics professor at Yale, Ed Schneider's going to join us. Also today, David K. Johnston's going to join us, the Pulitzer Prize winner. Also today, it looks like we're going to have Jeff Brown, who's the current dean of the University of Illinois Business School. Also today, it looks like we're going to have Salman Azhar from Duke University is going to join us, and he's a professor at Duke. And now I find out through Jim, who we're going to beam in here in just a moment, he's also a chess player. So let's add, and we got other people.
We also we have
Holmes Stoner joining us at 12.
Who?
Holmes will join us at 11.
Oh, Holmes is going to join us also. Wow! So we got we got a pretty packed flight flying in.
I thought I saw Abhijeet. So we've got some of our normal panelists.
We got a packed airplane today.
Sharif is already there, so we have to be backstage waiting for all us to join.
Yeah, we're going to be shuffling people around.
Private jet, we got to have a full-blown commercial plane.
Yeah, we'll get our commercial plane. Okay, we're going to bring in Jim from the the state of Silicon Valley. Also, Jim, tell us a bit about Salman Azhar, the Duke professor. Is he a chess player or what?
He's an organizer. He's got dual residences, North Carolina and Northern California. And it's the Socialist Republic of Northern California. So,
right.
But he's technically in the Bay Area because he's the Silicon Valley because he's San Jose out here, and he runs Bay Area chess. So he's got a massive presence in South Bay in terms of schools, chess in the schools.
Wow. Okay, well, we had another chess player. Now we go to the state of Canada. Or country of Canada, I guess.
Right.
Alexander Starr. I saw your great show with the people beaming in, the Grandmasters from Moscow. Now, Alexander, why did you have to show them on a phone? Why weren't they able to use StreamYard? What's the story there? There's got to be a backstory there.
Okay, here's the story. They, when I contacted them and discussed the show, everything, they were staying in a cottage because it's very, very hot in Moscow. So they have a nice cottage outside of Moscow, but the internet there, and therefore we couldn't try StreamYard, and they never use StreamYard. Before they would come about 1 hour before the beginning of the show to their Moscow apartment where they have very good internet connection. Although the problem was that StreamYard in Moscow works completely differently from how it works here in North America and even in Europe. Because I had a lot of European people here on the show, they never had any problems to use StreamYard. Now in Moscow, it works very peculiar way. You have to acknowledge that you are going to use StreamYard, and it's all in Russian, by the way. So it's all in Russian, that it's all your risk, and you have to take a full responsibility, and you have to acknowledge all that. And then they're saying you have to register and all the details, when you were born, what city. They may even ask you to provide supporting documents if and when you were born and where. And registration of where you live and whether you own apartment or you just rent it and all that stuff. So,
When was your first child born? How many days are there in the year?
absolutely.
Okay, they
So,
ask you,
so
you have
you
a
know what's
passport?
happening? They were going through all the hoops. And they
Okay,
were
all that stuff. Okay, right. I'm familiar with bureaucracy, right? Okay, you gotta go through
okay,
bureaucracy.
okay, but this is nothing you've heard about. So they went through all the hoops and they registered and everything else. But then there was a browser that still wouldn't accept the
Okay,
StreamYard connection. So
right,
and they couldn't figure out. They're not really computer geeks, so they
sure,
couldn't figure out how to do it. So they have two of their sons. They live in Chicago. So
yes,
they phoned, and they're very into computers, and
right.
they have PhDs, and they're teaching in Chicago University. Anyway, so they phoned them to help, to ask them for help. So they connected back, but they were not available at the time when they called. So they would be available later on. So now we're running into a real situation where we have no use of StreamYard because of what I've just described. And I didn't want to cancel their appearances in any case because, first of all, they agreed, they were available. So what we did, we patched it through Skype, and Skype was on my iPhone. So, so I contacted them and they communicated through Skype with me. And I was trying to show the image on
Yeah,
StreamYard.
I did see that. Yeah, right.
So, you know, I watched it, the recorded version after was all over. To tell you the truth, I was pleasantly surprised that it wasn't as horrible as I thought. Because there was an ingenuity, there was a sense of happening in real time with all the imperfections and all the
Right.
problems that we had, but it came through, and
It did.
I thought it's very.
Yeah, it did. Yeah,
And maybe in the future we'll do another program.
yeah. I mean, I would like to see more chess from Russia because when I was growing up as a young chess player, I don't know if Jim was like this, but there was Shakmanti v SSSR. We used to read Shakmanti
Yeah.
all the time, and so Spasiba. I try to learn Russian, but of course it was difficult to do that. And I took as many Russian language courses, but it was like not getting through here very rapidly. But I was able to read because it was international notation. In other words, you know, they use
Absolutely.
English international notation. But it was always great to hear from the Russian players because in the United States, I don't know if it was like Jim when I was growing up, they were like, "Oh, that's where all the good chess players are, and America sucks. We have Bobby Fischer and no one else in the world." I mean,
Yeah, but don't forget, Nick, don't forget that they're not just average Russian players, because
yeah.
Makarichev himself, Sergei Makarichev, he was Kasparov's coach for 2
Yeah,
years.
I saw that. I was really impressed.
And Marina was playing in many tournaments. You know, she told me that she played my wife in 1967 schoolgirls Russian championship.
right.
And apparently she's still fearful of Nava, my wife, because she was a favorite to win that championship. And she took only second place, but she still, and so she was very fearful. And I told her that we are playing big games every day, and on about equals, 5-5, 6-4 sometimes beats me.
Yeah.
She said, "You are so strong. You can play Nava and draw games here." I thought, okay, yeah, of course. But interestingly enough, she's married to Sergei for just probably as many years, but they never ever play game between them.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Makalichev, I checked up his chess base. He's played and beaten some really good world-class players. He was the second to Karpov when Karpov was the world champion. I mean, the guy is Makalichev is a top player, but oddly enough, we don't hear very much about him over here because it looks like he played for a while, then he basically retired and went into coaching.
Yes, he retired a long time ago, but he's still very active in producing this television programs for chess.
Right.
You know, every day I'm watching their channel. Extremely quality commentaries, and they're commenting now on this Carlson tournaments or so on. And but it's all in Russian. So unless you know Russian, there's no value for you. Would be, but it's still very interesting, and he's very detailed. You know, he goes into
but the thing is, you can follow a lot of the international language because they use, if they use a chessboard and they use the descriptive location, I can follow.
True.
Yeah,
you can follow actually.
Yeah.
Yes, it's true.
And when I was in Russia, I got to pick out some of the words, but it's difficult because you don't know the whole stream of words what they're talking about, and that's kind of like the way it is. But that's how you learn.
Did you play chess there? Did you play some chess in there?
Yeah, I played at the Chorgan Club. As a matter of fact, I have some pictures of me playing. They brought a master in for me to beat up when I was there. So he was a young master, so I kind of like beat him up a lot. But he played pretty good. I think he won a couple games, But it was a lot of fun. But they had to bring somebody in. It wasn't like an open club or anything like that, and there wasn't any open places that I could find to play. It was inside a building.
It reminds me when Robert Fisher came to Moscow with his sister. She traveled with him.
Fisher came to Moscow a long time ago.
You remember he was beating in a Central Moscow Chess Club. He was beating like almost everybody who was there. So they brought a heavy artillery to deal with Fisher. You know whom they brought? Petrosyan. They brought Vasikov, who was extremely strong blitz player. Bronstein played a couple of games because others.
Yeah, David Bronstein was very good.
Just regular masters. Fisher was crushing.
Crushed the regular masters, right?
Yeah.
But Fisher was good. Fisher was the U.S. champion. Was 15 years old. I mean, the guy was a phenom that we haven't seen since then.
It sounds to me as though his wife knew your wife before you knew your wife.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely. That's right.
Well, all the chess players know each other. I mean, that's kind of like it. Well, even let's say you had Jen Shahadi on one of the shows, and Jen actually was the daughter of Michael, who I knew years ago playing at the Bermuda International. I never played.
He was a player too. Yeah.
But I knew him, and then I played Elliot Winslow. Who I don't know if he migrated to your. Okay, Elliot Winslow was like this Najdorf, knowledgeable and all this other guy, and I was playing with Ron Henley at the time. And Larry Christensen, I was playing on the college team there, but mainly with Ron because Larry was totally antisocial. Surprised me to actually room with John Fedorowicz because Larry was like, oh, he's comes to people, man, he was the worst. But except if he was in a bar, then he was okay. But anyway, so the thing is, I was going, well, I was pretty well booked in the Najdorf. So I was paired against Elliot Winslow. 26 moves later, I mated him.
Nice.
Whoa! I said, dude, I really knew this stuff back then, And he was an international master, and I go, I don't really care.
Since you mentioned Jen Shahada, I had very interesting thing happened with her in Toronto just about 2 years ago. She came to Toronto, and her girlfriend who lived here in Toronto, she organized a little tournament for Jennifer with it was a blitz tournament, and there were some prizes, cash prizes, including first prize for a top lady player in the tournament. Now, the reason that she came to Toronto, she was playing in one international poker tournament, but she couldn't enter from US, so she had to be outside of US to enter that tournament. So in any case, myself and Nava, my wife, we were playing in that tournament too. And before the last round, Jennifer was ahead of Nava about half a point. But Jennifer had to play me in the last round. And guess what? I beat her in the last round, and Nava won her game, and Nava took the first prize. And Jennifer was not amused by the situation, but that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, she became a really strong player. I mean,
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
After I stopped, I went to law school and basically played only occasionally when I traveled. But I didn't really play a lot of serious tournament. But I kept following the game, reading Chess Life and whatever.
But
But
then Michael's other child is Greg Shahad.
oh yeah, Greg. Yeah, but see, those people all predate me, Jim.
Yes.
Okay, in other words, these kids came up afterwards. By that time, I was kind of out of the hardcore. I call it the hardcore tournament chess. I won 2 state championships when I was like 21 years old and 22 because I was good when I was younger. Then I didn't play again until I was 37. Went in and I won it again. They're going like, "You haven't played in 17 years. How can you win it?" But I said I can still keep up with the game. I mean, I wasn't, it's not like I lost a lot of rating points between the ages of 21 and 37. But then afterwards, I just haven't really played very much because even then, it was too exhausting. You play these long games, and it's just, at the end of the day, it's just, and I'm talking about the hardcore tournament. And the last one I played in was the National Open Game 10, and I never lose to anybody unless they're over 2,500. I beat all the under 2,500, but when they get over 2,500, I have a problem with them. It's just like, you guys are way too good, at the Bermuda. I only lose to people over 2,500. Under 2,500, they all get smoked. But anyway, Sharif, you've joined us from Malaysia. How are you doing?
Yes, fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we're going to have a pretty packed group today. Later on, it looks like we're going to have Professor Schneider from Yale University
Okay.
going to join us. He's the economics professor at Yale and also the former dean at Yale. Later on, also, we're going to have David K. Johnston, the Pulitzer Prize winner, who's been on before, along with Jeff Brown, the current dean of, what is this, a book?
That's one of David John, his books, which is called It's Even Worse Than You Think.
Oh, really? Oh, good. David Johnston's Positive Attitude will be joining us with Even Worse Than You Think, and along with the dean of Illinois Business School, Professor Brown. We also have a financial advisor from Palm Beach, Florida, who's going to be joining us. And also, it looks like we're going to have a professor at Duke University, who Jim knows because he's also a chess player, is going to be joining us. So we're going to have a pretty packed house later on today on Business Economics Monday, which is what we're going to discuss. I tried to share the screen, find out what the markets are doing, but with StreamYard, I'm still having stream sharing issues, to find out how the economy is doing over the with this COVID-19, and over here there's been a resurgence. How is the COVID-19 situation in Malaysia, Sharif?
No, sir. I told you that COVID-19 so far Malaysia controls. It's a well control, I want to say. Yes, regularly few of the people affected by COVID-19, but it's a very nominal. And many people actually, I think that they already recovered, and a few of them in hospitals. Death, those who die in these situations, we are really sorry. It's 121 people died. And other than things like our economy now, it's moving positively, and hopefully it will be very effective soon.
Now, see, that's very embarrassing when Malaysia, with a population around 30 million, more than 30 million people, have 121 deaths. The United States has over 100,000 people who died of COVID-19. And part of it is that, at least over here, we're just not taking it seriously. We just go, do you guys wear masks over in Malaysia? Is that what you guys are doing?
Yes, everybody we wearing mask and social distancing and this kind of things we follow very strictly.
Yeah, okay. And I saw a special in Korea. Yeah, I know I have my mask with me. I saw a special in Korea, and they were wearing hazmats, and they're taking it very seriously. They do contact tracing. They do social distancing. It's like, we're going to do everything we can to stop the virus, okay, in order to take it real seriously. Here, I'm letting you know, no mask, no social distancing. We don't care if we get it or not. That's our freedom. We're going out and party tonight. Now listen to this, Sharif. We're going to party tonight. Okay?
Okay.
And
Very good.
ignore the whole concept that COVID-19 it can do anything to moi. Because what happens, it will stop my freedom from partying. Now, do you guys ever say, wait a minute, in Malaysia, wait a minute, you're stopping my right to party? Do you have that attitude over there?
No, actually, now it's a crisis moment, right? I have to respect other people's. Like example, whatever I want to do. If I do, it's not good. I just want to share with you. Let's say in Eid festival, in Muslim community, we have Eid festival. So that time, government developed law that okay, these festivals, like I cannot go to my friend house, or my friend cannot come here, or we cannot go for social gathering. So this is crisis moment. We have to take care of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, but like I said, it's just a different attitude. I'm just saying our culture here is, at least this is what I've seen, is, you're not going to stop my freedom from partying or
We have
protest.
rugged individualism.
Well, I have the right to party. I have the right to protest. And if people die, too bad. That's welcome to the United States of America. And so what's happening? People are dying. People are getting sick, and it's going to continue. A good chance that a lot of the younger people aren't going to die, but they'll end up getting sick. And it's just the attitude here is just, I think, would throw off any people from other parts of the world to see that. Now, Jim, in the United States of Silicon Valley, or the socialist country of Silicon Valley, what's the story over there?
Well, I was just going to let you know that the Dow is up marginally now, and it's basically because of the housing market has rebounded. Now, restaurants and hotels have come back a little bit. Air travel is still rock bottom, but the people are starting to buy homes again. So this is it really seems to be reflected in the stock market. So I think that, and I have a friend here who's in real estate in Silicon Valley, and he's pretty optimistic. He's feeling like there's going to be a lot of volume in terms of homes.
Yeah. I think we're going to recover early first quarter next year, but between now and the first quarter, no, I think treatments are getting better. But I think we really missed it. From the Canadian side of the world and the Russian side of the world, I know Russia's having problems. Alexander Starr, but how's Canada doing?
Canada is doing relatively well. On Friday, we opened phase 2, and so which means now you can go to hairdresser and you don't have to pay $200, what I did about 2 weeks ago. It was definitely a wrong decision on my part, because I don't see any spectacular hairdo that I've got worth $200.
Wait! You spent $200 on a haircut?
Yes, because we had to invite with my friend to his house. We had to invite a private hairdresser who is in the top of his profession. He's probably one of the top 3 in Toronto. But however, he had to be very careful. He could not do the haircut himself because it's illegal, and he didn't want to go to jail for doing that. So basically, he assumes the functions of a navigator. So essentially what he was doing, he brought all the instruments with him and everything else. And then he was showing my friend how to cut my hair. And then he showed me how to cut my friend's hair. So essentially, he was not really a hairdresser at that point. He was navigator. He was a mentor, a coach, or you can call it anything what you want. And for that, because this is paid much higher than the job itself. So normally he would make maybe $50 for all that stuff. But in this particular situation where he had to travel to see us and so on, the good thing about it was in a nice backyard with my friend. And we had a cognac and played backgammon and had cigars. So that was worth it. I have no regrets.
Oh, yeah. And for those who don't know Alexander Starr, he runs the Investment Wednesday show. And if you have to know a lot about investments, which he does, and he helps people make money on investments. And he has to make a lot of money on investments, otherwise he can't afford his haircuts. It seems that way, So it looks like you have
investment, no haircut.
What?
No investments, no haircut.
No investments, no haircut. Well, I was going to try to show your screen. Looks like you have a stock you're looking at. Oh,
Yeah, no, if you look at the gold, it's a Barrick gold company. So I think that the gold has long way to go up to at least 2,000 and higher per ounce.
right.
Specifically when all world, not just US, but all world, they issue so much new debt. And we're talking about trillions of dollars. So even if the supply of gold will not increase or decrease, will stay the same, and the same number of ounces will be produced for the next 2, 3, 4 years, I think it will just go automatically much higher in price. And look, today these Barrick Gold shares are up 5%. However, US dollar is also higher. And US dollar is a currency of the first refuge, because when a situation like this happening in the world, US dollar is going high. But if US dollar is going high, then gold has to go lower, right?
Right.
Wouldn't you agree? But it's not happening. The US dollar going higher and the gold going higher. So what's happened if US dollar will stop going higher and may go even a little bit lower? Then the gold will go through the roof.
Well, Sasha, I've owned gold as most people who believe in diversity do throughout with their investment portfolios. So I've owned gold, and I have not seen a great return over the years.
When did you buy it?
Oh, I would say back. I've owned it for at least 20 years.
Okay, so there was a great spike in about 2011, and gold went to almost actually higher than 1,900 per ounce. Then, of course, with all these calamities happening with elections, everything else, it went lower. But it's still staying. It still was staying around 1,500, 1,600 per ounce. So today it's 17 plus. And there's a few more moves, and it will go to 2,000. Once it crosses 2,000, then it's a
I think you have to get in and out at the right time, Jim. It's not a buy and hold situation. It's a get in, get out with gold. It may not be a bad place to park funds. I just don't see where gold produces a lot of dividends. You got to really rely on the markets to make sense. Ankit, what's up?
What
I was saying is that India is, I'm not sure about other countries, but we invest heavily in gold. And we buy gold at the time of weddings and at the time of festivals, and we invest in gold, and then we wait for a good price, and then we sell as well. So there's a lot of transaction on gold happen in India, and we invest more in gold than in real estate. But now things are a little changing because gold is not pure as well. There's a lot of purity factor and things like that. But still, we are one of the major investors of gold.
Oh, well, I mean that's good to know, because to make money, you need somebody who wants it. And I keep looking at gold. Who wants bloody gold? I can't eat gold.
We donate a lot of money on our temples, and that donation is in form of gold as well.
Okay.
So if you visit India, you'll find a lot of temples with gold-plated tombs and gold-plated walls.
Okay. All right. So that's a good reason to invest in gold, because the Indian economy is supposed to go up 7% next year, and then they're going to run out and buy gold. And that gives me a chance to make a profit. Once they're done buying all of it, then I sell it. Not like Jim, who's going to stay in it for 20 years and find out that there's nothing there.
There's nothing.
But, I traded it, but I'm not gonna sit on it.
No,
on top of that, have you heard about Golden Temple? Have you heard about Golden Temple?
Yeah. Yeah.
Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah, it's an Indiana Jones movie.
We have a Golden Temple in one of our states, and the temple is full of gold.
Oh, really? We have Fort Knox, and it's full of gold, and we have the Federal Reserve,
and we
literally, and it's full of gold. We got plenty of gold. Okay, but listen, it's just a bar that sits there, but does have some use, I guess. And if the Indians like it, sure, we'll sell it to them, at a price.
If we see an uptick in Indian weddings, then that's the time.
There we go. Yeah, we need a good economist. Look at the upticks in Indian weddings. Buy gold, just like what Sasha said, because Indians will buy it for their weddings.
Yeah, but what happens if there will be uptick in Indian divorces? Because some people who divorce, they all will start selling gold. And that will be very, very good, bad for society.
Divorces? That means you need lawyers. I got a job. Okay, let's not ignore the golden dragon in Hong Kong. Rakesh, what's going on with the economy in Hong Kong?
And New Zealand.
And New Zealand,
the economy is fine. Yeah, the economy is fine in Hong Kong. It is, in fact, picking up, and more people are going to restaurants, more businesses running as normal. No effect on the economy in Hong Kong. It's, okay, very marginal effect, if any. And yeah, so yeah, no. And as far as New Zealand is concerned, this reintroduction by those two British women, and that sort of is a bit messy in New Zealand. But I think it's the government is now focused on trying to fix it. I don't know how much success they will have, but Hong Kong seems to be all right.
Okay. And Kit, do you have the coronavirus score chart that we can put up on the screen?
I have it, but I'm unable to share it.
Oh, you're unable to share it. Okay. Well, my problem, of course, is just sharing screens and
my problem is that my laptop is having a technical difficulty, so I'm not able to share screen.
I finally got Google Fiber here to work. So right now I'm going like 500 megabits a second because I'm plugged into Google Fiber. Because before I've had problems with this, it would go into loops and stuff, and the Wi-Fi wasn't as good. But Google Fiber runs pretty good. I also found out that in StreamYard, in some countries, it is difficult because of the bandwidth to actually get into our program and watch IBM TV.
I had a word with StreamYard, and they have difficulties in some countries, and they require a fixed line rather than a Wi-Fi connection. So if you have a fixed line, it will work much better than a Wi-Fi connection. And also, Nick, we are using the primary account. So people who are using primary account, they do the streaming on StreamYard. So, and if one of the account is not working, somehow StreamYard won't work. So if you lose the account, I have to come and make sure that my account is working fine. Then only we can stream it very well in broadcast in other countries, basically.
Okay.
So it's all about the bandwidth thing.
Yeah. Well, I also found out that in Russia, when Alexander Starr was doing his show, because he had to go through manipulations to get these grandmasters on. Apparently, to get into StreamYard, they ask you all these questions. When was your firstborn child? Do you have a passport? What's this thing about? Blah, 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 blah. It's like all this stuff just to get on. So every country is different on getting onto IBM TV or not getting onto IBM TV, depending on where you're from. Some it's really easy. When I was in Italy, I just pressed the button, I was right on. But some of them, they can be very challenging to get on the IBM TV network. Today, for those who know, we're going to have a pretty tight schedule. Today, we're going to have a professor and dean of University of Illinois. Jeff Brown's going to be joining us. He's the dean of the Illinois Business School, which, interestingly enough, has a master's in management online and a master's in business administration online. They abandon their their physical MBA program, and Purdue University abandoned the physical MBA program. So there's a trend worldwide, it looks like, to abandon the physical programs, at least at the MBA, and make them internet and global. So I found that to be quite interesting. And they have over 5,000 students from Asia that are on at the University of Illinois currently. So that's going to be good. Professor Schneider, the dean of Yale University Business School, is going to be joining us, and he's also professor of economics there. Yale, of course, has been around a long, long time, and I guess they'll continue to be around for quite some time. He's going to be joining us. The dean, the professor at Duke University Business School, who I found out just from Jim that he's also a chess player, is going to be joining us. I didn't know he played chess, but a chess organizer. He's going to be joining us later on. David K. Johnston, the author of The Making of Trump. And what's the other book that he's authoring, Jim?
Well, it's even worse than you think.
Now, when did that book come out? I usually read all of David K. Johnston's book. When did this come out? Even worse than you think.
I'm looking at Let's see. I'm trying to find the publication date. 2018.
2018. Okay, well, he can update it for 2020, and then it will be as worse than you think. Okay,
But
so
it's much worse than you think.
it's much worse than you think. It's not even worse than you think. It's much worse. Is that what it says? Is it much worse or just worse, Jim?
Well, it says even worse. So.
It's even worse than you think. Okay. Of course, we have Alexander Starr, who runs the investment show on Wednesday. He'll show us how to make money. Right now, his play is buy gold. Is that what we're looking at, Alexander Starr? I'm trying to get a little hints before your show comes on Wednesday.
Okay. Well, the buying gold is it's idea 2,000 years old, if not longer. So I'm not a pioneer in this endeavor. The gold is it's essentially a counter investment. You see, when you believe that the economy is not doing well, the real estate is not doing well, stock market is not doing that great. And so what's a return on investment? So what can you do with your money? So the gold, especially in a low interest rate environment where we are now, the gold becomes sort of an investment by default, not because it's a great idea. It's everybody needs gold. Everybody will line up to buy gold. No, it's not going to happen. But it's investment almost by default. Mm-hmm. Simply because everything else is not doing that great. Interest rate will remain low, which is very good for gold. Gold is suffering when, let's see, if interest rates are on a matter of even 7-8%, the gold is being killed because people can just lock in investment CDs or GSC and just collect the coupon, and gold doesn't bring anything. But when investment, the rate of return is so low as now, then gold is interesting alternative. It doesn't pay any dividends, but if your bank paying any interest,
yeah,
probably not. So in this case, gold is alternative, and if it will remain like the same situation for next year or two, which is quite possible, then you're going to see what's going to happen to a gold. Mm-hmm. And
yep.
I'm not buying physical gold. I'm buying shares of well-run gold companies, and Barrick Gold is one of them.
It's better. That's a better strategy.
Yeah, than buying gold. Sharif, who's a PhD scholar in Malaysia, has joined us, and I guess he's got some thoughts on the gold market in Malaysia.
No, basically, not only gold market. If you focus on the subcontinent market, Chinese markets, it's not me. 1,000 years actually, subcontinent markets like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Actually, once upon a time we are India and China. Even according to Adam Smith, you find that gold basically one of the major things that they use it for their transformation business and everything. So I don't know, like example, but gold is very strong in Indian market and Chinese market. So when any of the crises come, let's say now coronavirus situations, so it's all about market. It's not about example how different culture thinks. Like Indian markets, Chinese market, they will invest on gold. Even my mother, my wife, everybody, even in India, there is a very big market. They will invest on things. Even example, in this crisis period, what we share with our family, do not sell gold because it will goes up. This price goes up. Gold is every family. I think there is a billions. What you are talking, Mr. Ankit has 1.3 billion followers. This is fact. Yes, this is fact. This is very big market. India, not only India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, even Sri Lanka. Even you focus on this China. There, people, family, culture-wise, they will buy gold. They will, even in crisis period, they are mainly taking care of gold. That time, automatically, you can check. You do not have to go to stock market or anything. If you check the local market, subcontinent market, Asian market, now gold price goes down, up. Sorry. Even whatever you do for real estate, for stock market, whatever you do in Asia, gold is ultimately safe. It's an economical analysis right now. Gold is it's all about market. Big people, how they can use it or not. People think, okay, I have gold. This is my last things for my crisis. Every family. Here, I said my personal family opinions. So it's a very big market. So I think it's not only analysis, it's a culture. Culture gives you different business perspective. So gold is very important.
Now we're going to move to the world's largest democracy in India, who has their opinion on gold. Ankit, who heads up the health
So, Nick,
channel.
there are a lot of stories about gold, and people in past, I mean, they used to dig, or maybe they used to secure gold in their home, digging it under earth and then keeping floor and things like that. But also, you will be amazed to know that a lot of people who have too much amount of gold, they used to create a gold tooth and put it in their jaw. Do you know about it?
Yes.
There are a lot of people have gold teeth.
Yes.
Yeah,
That
was
in India. There are a lot of people who still wear gold. I am not sure how much, but around maybe a kilo gold of ornament they wear every day.
Yeah. Jim, you've been trying to dump your gold shares.
Yeah.
No, I was going to ask you, Nick, as a counselor, if we get knowledge on Monday, what Sasha's going to tell people on Wednesday, can we be jeopardized as insider traders?
Oh yeah, definitely. We're all guilty of insider trading, except here's the thing. Because remember, Martha Stewart went to jail for insider trading. A lot of countries do not have insider trading, otherwise known as SEC Rule 10b-6 actions. Okay, so there are certain countries like France, they don't even recognize insider trading. I don't know about Canada, they may not even recognize it. So it is a...
There is one. There is one in Canada.
There is? Okay, it's called SEC Rule 10b-6. It's the first thing you learn when you take securities law is you don't violate the insider trading because you have inside information relative to other people, relative to the stock that they control. Okay, do you control all the stocks in gold, Mr.
There you
Jim?
go.
I'm going to depose you right now. Do you control the stocks, counselor?
Yes.
Is that a
One
no?
important-
Case dismissed. Okay, we'll go to Sharif.
Yeah.
Case dismissed.
I want to,
like a summary
yeah,
judge.
for economical analysis, I want to share with you. It's a long time I am actually working on that particular area because there is a knowledge gap and there is a cultural gap. Let's say last day, Mr. Jim asked me, what do you mean that understanding the economy of South Asia or Asia Pacific and what's the gap? What do you mean? He asked me this type of questions. It's very interesting. I want to give this answer. Please, one important thing, let's say in my MBA program, I respect the writer, but it's a practical implementation. I write a marketing book from, I read a marketing book and do a lot of case study in the local market. So I find that Philip Kotler, he'll write a very good book on marketing, this, that, many things. But issue is that I'm very honest with you. Like, if in India, in Malaysia, or in China, let's say the book is based on, let's say, China company, CMEC or XD, this kind of local company, if we get more story and financial analysis, it's helpful. Let's say from India, if we, for MBA student, for India, let's say if we understand how Tata run, okay, if we have a case study on that particular point, then it's work, economical analysis and knowledge really work. Even let's example, you are giving stock market analysis. So I want to add, when you give the stock market analysis, how can we making bridging, let's say Indian stock markets and US stock market or Singapore stock markets, and this will be more effective. Like example for contribution, economical contributions. Let's say, yeah, I respect what you have done, what your knowledge, everything very good. We can learn everything. But for Asian student, okay, for Asian people, Asian culture, I think they have different cultural and economical strategy and aspect. So if we can find out the beauty, if I find that everybody, someone from industry, even Mr. Nick from education and industry, everybody has experience, but how we can make it more meaningful? Like example, okay, someone from USA, they are publishing online MBA, very good. But I want to learn, I want to know what is the subcontinent present, or what is the Malaysian local market history, what is the Chinese local market history. Otherwise, it's not fulfilled. Knowledge is very big things. So I respect Philip Kotler, but when I read, okay, what's happening in KFC, it's not helpful for my people. My Bangladeshi people love to know what's happening in Aki's group of industry. That is meaningful. So here, education has huge gap. It's a problem for Asia from our education process, as well as it's a problem from even the top world. We are not doing proper breathing. We are not, let's say, gold. There is a, if American people think about gold, they are laughing at me. This is the truth. But I know how big it is, how big market it is. So there is actually very interesting market. You cannot, like example, if you want to understand the Indian market, you have to first understand Tata. Okay, so if you want to understand the China has big company. You have to understand PMC. You have to understand the Malaysia. You have to understand Petronas. You have to understand Sunway Group. Okay, without these things, actually, what we are producing, MBA, PhD, student, global knowledge, whatever it is, it's not perfect. When students go to, like, we are producing something and they drive, it's not work. So I think this is the highest time even I can request this IBM TV. Not only cultural interaction, side by side knowledge interaction also important. Okay, even I request to even our culture, our university, always I request, where is our country's case study, our country's local community? There is also $1 billion company. Even I'm from Bangladesh, I know 30 to 40 companies, they have $1 billion industry. Even they have different interesting things. They do not have, let's say, incubations. They do not have financial support. They do not have bank support. They do not have government support. Even they make $1 billion industry. How they make it? I think now time that we have to make proper breathing. We have social media. We have very good scholar like you. We have a very good analyst like you. But we have to convert knowledge in a right form. Otherwise, knowledge is not applicable. This is my observation. If I'm doing wrong, I do not know, but I'm hardly work on that particular point, because I do not find that it's a meaningful for even Asian community. Sometimes it's harmful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, it's my opinion.
I agree with Rana, and I just wanted to add a couple of points that initially what happened is that you can remotely control operations of any of the countries sitting in US. You can manage an operation in Hong Kong or Singapore or things like that. But when you talk about a big demography like India, you have to be in India. You can't manage your operation sitting in US and just thinking that, okay, this is the marketing plan and then let's just implement that plan. Or this is your operational plan, just implement that plan. Because the routes, the policies, the infrastructure, the demographic, the culture is different from what you have in US and what you have in other countries. And there are a lot of examples, a lot of Japanese and a lot of Koreans, they wanted to operate the companies in India sitting in their own countries. But then they realized that you have to be in India, you have to visit India, because India is a group of like 25 different states. And they have different requirements, they have different people, they have different demands, and you need to accommodate all those demands. And I'll give you small examples. If you ask about a food market or a restaurant market, it's one of the biggest markets in the world. And if you go to any state in India, you'll find different food, different taste, different people, different variety, and different names. And everyone is doing big business. Everyone is into $1 billion business, but they have different demand because it's like a 25 different countries working together in India. So you have to now. It's not remotely controlled from anywhere. You have to be established there, talk to those people or hire those people, and then you have to work it out. And Nick, you know the example of IBM. IBM has more employees in India than anywhere else.
That is correct. More in India than they do in the United States, and the CEO is actually from India. So right now, India is really a very high tech sector, where a lot of the technology is actually done over in India, and then it's exported into the United States. So a lot of the tech people are over there. Another interesting thing is about engineers. There are more engineers in Russia per capita than any other place in the world. In other words, they're pretty heavy into engineering, which then it didn't surprise me to get onto StreamYard. They've already put all these requirements just to listen to our show in Russia. But hopefully, Alexander Starr is going to break down the barriers so we get to listen to more of the chess players in Russia and things out of Russia and translation problems.
You see, this is the reason why almost all people in Russia get higher education, so they could fill all these questionnaires and information circulars.
Yeah, they're heavy into information technology over in Russia. Yes, Sharif.
Yes, and no. Next time, like this kind of things we want in your book. This is my observation. Like example, like as you are working with Asian communities and the different community, different cultures, when you write on book on, let's say, monetary issues and other things, hopefully even we will help you. We will help you. It's not like, but it need to be meaningful. Education, what we are doing, really it's meaningless, really meaningless. I am sure how we are doing this, that even this is problem also local community. I do not want to say it's a problem of first world. It's a problem of our local culture as well. Why they are missing their point, why they are not contributing, like example. Otherwise, what does economy mean? I do not know.
Well, Alexander Starr is actually going to put a bet on these things on Wednesday, so it's not meaningless to him because he's going to invest in it. It'll be very meaningful to him if gold goes up. Now, Jim, on the other hand, holds it till it dies. Okay, and I was in a precious metal fund back in 1987. The only thing that was precious about it was my broker made a lot of commissions. That was it. There was nothing precious about it, so I got out. Unlike Jim, who just who suffered for 20 years in a gold fund.
But it was a small percentage of my portfolio. But I do want to ask Alexander, Sasha, you were born in Odessa, and so does the Ukraine still have these kinds of? Can you get Ukraine people onto StreamYard as opposed to coming from Moscow? Can they come from Odessa, or do they face the same barriers?
I never tried that, so I cannot convincingly to say it one way or another. But you know what? I'll give it a try, and we'll find out really about that. Now, coming back to gold, it's not always so simple as holding it for 20 years or whatever. For example, even this, I have 3,000 shares of Barrick Gold. I acquired them around $24 a share, but also, at the same time, I sold calls against this position. And I did it already 2 times, and now when it will expire, hopefully worthless, but I'm afraid this time it's not going to happen. But if it will, yes, I will sell another set of this is extremely underestimated income maker, because you collect the premium, and essentially all what you're selling is the time. So let's see, I'm coming to you. Nick, would you like to buy some time? Not very expensive. Just give me some money. Thank you very much. Okay,
I sell my time.
Your money.
Expensive.
Okay. I did have one other question for Sharif. And thank you so much for explaining the cultural differences that impact the investment strategies. I really appreciate that. But my question is like right now, China is kicking the United States' butt in Africa, investing in Africa, which is resource rich. And do you see the same types of problems that China needing to understand African cultures? Or do you think China is just coming in and imposing their culture on?
Okay. This is very important question. Very important question. Even everybody should understand. Every country has their own culture. Even from the beginning, I said that when economy come, every country has their own culture, own point of view, and own economic sustainability. Okay, right the way I cannot think in example, Malaysia go for a space development or other things, or Africa go for space development and other things. When any a country going big step by step, then first things, every country, what they try to do, they want to control other countries' culture, and that is the reason when actually different kind of clash comes and different kind of problem actually come. But best thing is that, let's say, India has their own beautiful things, China has their own beautiful thing, Europe has their own beautiful things, Russia has, USA has, every country has their own beautiful things. So based on their culture, I think if we react, if we collaborate, if we respect other cultures, then business will be sustainable. Otherwise, if, like example, suddenly a economical strength comes, and after a few days, where problem this that, then it's gone. Let's say I give you one of the example. Let's say I'm from Bangladesh. We getting in liberation war 1971. We get lot of support from India. Okay, this is good. On the other hand, I can remember in 1952, many Bangladeshi young people died. Why? because of people like many army person, they died because they are fighting for their own language. So I know that Bangladesh is one and only country they fighting and they sacrifice their life for their own language. So what China is doing or what we are doing, if it's against the culture, against the local people, against the 100, because culture is not a small things. Culture is a very interesting thing, very strong. So suddenly the economical sustainability, what UN said and other people say, definitely it gonna lose. And in COVID-19 period, I said there is a three specific things. Number one is state has to prove how powerful is their individual institutions, like their own institution, their law, their economy, their sustainability. Number two, organization has to prove their own sustainability. And number three, people has to prove that how they comfort with their own cultures, own peoples. So this is the test for every country. It's for Malaysia, it's for India, it's for China, it's for Africa, even it's for US or Europe. So I think this is very crucial moment. We have to respect people. We have to prove that how capable we are. And it's all about economics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think part of the reason they were looking at is the African statistics. They have 1.2 billion people in the continent, and they're showing the rate of growth there. Some of them are as high as like 11,000%, like in terms of purchasing cell phones, purchasing products and services over there. So it's some of the countries are very fast growing. I believe we actually have somebody from Laos, Nigeria, Ankit, that's doing a show for us right now. In Nigeria, it's a oil-rich 100 million person country that, again, having the funds to be able to purchase goods and services. We have a couple shows right now from South Africa. And South Africa, of course, has a lot of gold, by the way. Sasha, okay. Maybe, matter of fact, some people say they control the gold market over in South Africa.
It's unfair.
What?
Give me your gold.
Give me your gold. You need to go to South Africa, dude. We have several shows from South Africa, and we'll have to ask them about how the gold market is, or do like what Ankit says. You really want to understand gold? Go to South Africa. I think you'll understand the gold market pretty well there, but you might find some very interesting things out in South Africa. Yeah, Ankit.
To add on that, if you check out the South Africa demography, you'll find a lot of Indians are there in South Africa and controlling business. So we already have people managing the gold there in South Africa.
Oh, there we go. So the Indians are down there. Everybody's looking for gold, and it's in South Africa. So the Indians go down there, the Chinese go down there, the Malaysians go down there, the Americans are there. Everybody's there. And what do we get out of South Africa? Music shows. Okay? Yeah. What can I tell you? Okay. We don't get any gold shows out of South Africa. We get music shows.
And I do have two comments.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I was going to say that, part of understanding cultures, we have our leaders calling African countries S-hole countries. And so we are not, America is not really inclined to understand the cultures of other countries. We want to impose our culture on them. And I think also, this is a problem when China and the United States is very guilty of this too, taking over resource-rich countries that are not as developed as they are, and taking those resources and using them for our markets. And I see that happening in Africa as well. And it's hard to understand their culture when we are so focused on one thing.
Oh, yeah, we are. We're focused on our culture. Remember, Jim, it's all about us, U.S.
I agree.
Okay? Right? So the thing is, speaking of somebody who's been over to the Far East and that part of the world, Holmes Stoner has joined us from, I believe you're in California, right, Holmes?
Yes, I'm in California.
Yeah, okay, but you've been up and down the Far East and the eastern part, and he's also the head of the international, the International American Chamber of Commerce. Is that correct?
Well, it's the American International Chamber.
I knew I was going to get it wrong. The American International Chamber of Commerce. Can you tell us a little bit about the American International Chamber of Commerce? What does it do?
Well, we promote trade tourism, technology, and cultural exchange between the 36 countries of the Pacific Rim.
Okay, and so you've been over there quite often, and today our conversation, because Alexander Starr, who heads up our investment Wednesday investment show, is talking about gold as an investment. Okay, in other words, where do you park your money today when the market is, who knows where it's going?
He must be Chinese.
No, he's actually Alexander Starr is a Russian who lives in Canada.
I'm teasing.
Ukraine.
I'm teasing you.
Okay, all right.
His favorite color is red.
His color is green. You know, if you know Alexander Starr, his color was green. He was over in Russia for a while, but he goes, "That's red. I like green," so he moved to Canada. Canada's a pretty green country, but then he also likes other forms of green. So, Holmes, what's your thought about gold?
Gold is the favorite investment of China. They pick Chinese like two assets, actually three assets. Gold being number one, real estate being number two, and debt being number three. They like buying debt.
Okay, all right. So, well, that gives us another good reason to invest in gold because the Indians like it for their weddings and their temples. Okay, and the Americans, we bury it under the Federal Reserve in New York. If you ever go to New York City, they have like 10 billion in gold buried underneath the city of New York. I mean, it's really weird. And then we have Fort Knox also. Let's go to Sharif, our scholar in Malaysia.
No, I just want to add one thing. For gold, it's not actually for wedding or wearing. It's actually security for a family. It's a culture. Every family thinks, I have gold. This amount of value in my hands. This is my security. So it's more than that. It's not wearing or beautifications. Every family, you try to understand the family of the Indian subcontinent. They said, okay, my wife has this amount of gold, or my mother has. It's actually security. It's more than that.
Oh, security. Okay, so there's a reason. Now, Jim, unfortunately, bought gold 20 years ago, held it for a long time, and has gone nowhere with it, not realizing that there are certain stocks like Netflix, Amazon, Apple that took off like a rocket. They're called unicorns.
I didn't invest only in gold.
Jim, okay, you're in Silicon Valley, the socialist state of Silicon Valley. Okay, there's a lot of good investments there. Just look around.
No, it's the capital state of Silicon Valley.
There we go. There's Google. I could have picked Google. I could have picked Apple. I picked Amazon. Forget it. I'm going to go to gold. Flop.
Wait a sec. I have to clear it up once and for all. 20 years ago, 1 ounce of gold was $300. Today, it's well over $1,700. So explain to me, Jim, please, how is it you invested 20 years ago and you don't make any money? What did you do?
No, I invested in gold index funds, and I have made money.
Oh, I see.
Okay, gold index funds, which means the broker made money. I'll translate. The broker made money.
Wasn't until I listened to you, Alex.
Manager is driving, and who is paying for his car? Bravo.
That's the reason the investment advisor in Silicon Valley drives a nice car and Jim looks like this. It's because he invested in the gold fund. I mean, come on, man. I did the same thing. Big mistake. Okay, with us we have Professor Snyder from Yale University has joined us with Holmes Stoner, who's the head of the International American Chamber of Commerce in California, along with Sharif, who's a PhD scholar in Malaysia, Alexander Starr from Russia, now in Canada, who heads up our investments, and Jim Eade, who suffers daily with the gold fund that he bought 20 years ago.
I'm the only person on the panel who's ever made a bad investment.
You are the only one. Everybody else here has made good investments. And Professor Snyder, we're talking about parking the other day we saw the $2 trillion in cash. And Alexander Starr says we should park in gold. What is your thoughts on the gold market, Professor Snyder?
I don't have much of a thought there, unfortunately. Too difficult. You know, there are all these signs that there's no inflation and bond markets are weakening, but then there's really good arguments that inflation's right around the corner and it's going to pop. So I don't know.
Well, what are you supposed to do with your money today? I mean, the thing is, we got a lot of cash coming in from the these loan programs, the SBA loan programs. Even in my own company, we're parking it, and I go, I told my business partner, we can't park cash forever. We got to do something with it because cash doesn't make very much today. So where do you park your cash right now? Alexander Starr saying gold. Professor Snyder, where are we supposed to park our cash today?
Short answer, Nicholas, is I don't know.
Oh, that's actually a good answer. Okay, because that's the answer that we came up with too.
I've been thinking, I've been away. I missed you guys. I've been away for a few weeks, and I haven't been thinking about where to park money, but I have been thinking about how markets are responding in general to this amazing confluence of crises. And, I don't know if you'll bear with me, but oftentimes the way I think about stuff is are markets responding in a way that's helpful? And to what extent is there other work that needs to be done by governments and institutions and organizations? And I've got 10 points here where I think markets are doing really well. And we should maybe think about those a little bit. But a subset, and I shouldn't say 10, a subset of points where markets are doing well, and a subset of points where I think there are big challenges that need to be worked out. But, if I may, think about this context. We've got COVID, we've got the health crisis, we've got the shutdowns, we have continued indications of COVID expanding globally. We've got changes in trade relationships. We've got artificial intelligence. We have massive unemployment. We have shifts in how the lucky 30% can work from online. Big shifts in demand across sectors. Sometimes demand's going up, sometimes demand's going down. So I think it's important to step back and say, well, what are markets doing well? A lot of times when I come on the show, I cite a Nobel Prize or two. 2013, let's start with the equity markets. Gene Fama and Bob Shiller won the prize for two very different views about equity markets. Fama said equity markets are efficient. Shiller said efficient but subject to excess volatility. I think if you look at the way the equity markets are handling things now, it's pretty impressive how they're processing information. And, it was about 2 weeks ago, it was looking better on COVID. We had the rotation into airlines and travel and so forth. And then, now it's getting a little iffy and we have the rotation back and tech is leading the way. But I think they're sorting it out. Second market I would cite would be real estate. I didn't come up with this phrase, Nicholas, but I think it's fast. It's an apt phrase. We're beginning the great reshuffling, where people are going to move. They're going to change what kind of homes they live in, and the real estate markets are just responding the way you would expect. Prices are going up in some areas, prices are going down in other areas, but there's going to be a massive amount of reshuffling in real estate. I think the markets are going to handle that fine. The shift to online, we know that's accelerating. I don't need to tell you guys that, but shopping, medicine, services, brick and mortar. I want to just say, I think brick and mortar retail is doing actually pretty well. A lot of us go to the grocery stores, and those supply chains are challenged right now due to the health crises and shifts in local demand. But I think a lot of retail is doing pretty well, and prices have gone up for grocery, but not that much. So I'm impressed with brick and mortar. Travel and leisure markets are working. We may not like the outcome, but they're getting hammered. And I have a family member who's on furlough from a travel company, and it's no fun. But my guess is within travel, what we're going to see is a shift to what I'll call destination travel as opposed to touring travel. If I'm going to get on a plane, I'm going to get on once. I'm going to go someplace, I'm going to plop down, and I think that's happening. Other markets that are responding to positive shifts, home improvement. You can't hire a contractor in a lot of places. Boats are flying off the shelves, fitness equipment. All of this derives from quarantine and the fact that there are a lot of people who are pretty well off who can work at home, and they've actually been able to save money and they're spending it. Here are the 4 areas, though, that I think are really challenging for markets to sort out. The big one is, of course, the labor market. And we've got the tale of 2 cities in the United States. I think we've probably got that around the world, including places like Malaysia. 30% of people approximately in the US can work from home. Well, that's turning out to be so nice for a lot of people. Maybe not for parents who are trying to take care of young kids, but we got a lot of people who are like, oh, this COVID thing's not all that bad. Let's put in, let's buy a gas grill and cook outside, and let's get an elliptical and put it in the basement. Let's take walks. Let's get a dog. It's just, but that divergence between the 30% and the 70%, massive, especially given that AI is going to change the demand for work in all kinds of sectors. Just take textiles, just take driving. If we end up with self-driving vehicles, oh my gosh, the loss of employment in a lot of areas is going to be phenomenal. So labor market is one big challenge. Since I'm an academic, and we've talked a lot about higher ed. I think higher education, it's in deep yogurt. And I don't know how it's going to work out. It's not I'm not fearful about being able to communicate online content, but students don't go to top law schools or top elite colleges just to get the content. They want the club, they want the community. So higher education, wow, big challenge. Another big challenge, and I'm down to my last 2, arts and entertainment. You're going to go stand in Chicago and sit down in the front row of an improv or a stand-up comedy routine anytime soon. What are you going to do? Put up plexiglass? Are you going to wear masks? Are you going to socially distance? Same thing with AMC and movie theaters and MoMA, the big famous museums. Who's going to go there? And how are you going to space people out? You're going to stand in line so you can space people out? And these are asset-rich institutions in the case of the big museums. But there's this rule against, I'd learned it, de-accessioning. So if I've given a piece of art to MoMA, they can't sell it. This is a fascinating thing that's going to work itself out in the arts. But I feel badly for the stand-up comics and the theater and the people who do chamber music and jazz and concerts, and oh my gosh, big change there. And then we'll see about trade and IP. I don't think we know what the new rules are with China and the US. So those are my 10. I will leave you with one more big issue for markets to figure out. I've been thinking about this a lot. This is exclusive content from TED for you, IBM TV. The issue, I think, that markets and organizations and employers and employees are going to have to figure out is the liability issue. Okay, we all know that this is a new risk, but when I go back to work, or if an employer brings people back to work, who's going to be liable for what? I don't know. I don't think we've had enough conversation about that, but my guess is that's going to be a huge issue in the period between now and when we get a vaccine. And that, as you know, who knows, that could be a long time. So that's my assessment of markets. I don't have any insights on gold, but hopefully I made up for it.
Oh, no, that's really good. And Jim doesn't have any insights on gold either. Like I said, he just bought, held, and suffered with it for 20 years. But Jim, you have
I'm the whipping
question.
boy on this show. But I was taking notes, and I wanted to mention one other thing, which is near and dear to my heart, which is libraries. Libraries are facing a real challenge in this environment. People have to are now resorting to pick up and delivery. You know, you can pick up books and you can drop off books, but you know, I think libraries. I spent a lot of times in libraries educating myself in a wide variety of subjects, and you know, that seems to be taking a big hit too. And now that doesn't have economic consequences, but it has consequences to our educational system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the thing is, interesting, Professor Snyder, you touched on the education system. Professor Brown, who's the Dean of University of Illinois Business School, is going to be joining us probably in about 45 minutes from now. And he was saying that apparently they closed their physical MBA program at University of Illinois. Purdue closed their physical program at the MBA level, and they moved all their MBA program online. Is there a trend in higher education, especially in graduate schools, business schools, that they're eliminating their physical MBA programs out there?
Yeah, so Nicholas, there, you know, since I was a business school dean for over 2 decades, I can give you a long answer, but there's been a shift, and so many of these changes right now we saw in place before. There were some set of schools that had a full-time MBA program that shrunk, but then they would keep it at a minimum level so that they would be ranked. They would be shown in the rankings, what I call a show full-time MBA program. Those are going away, and your examples of Illinois and Purdue are right on target, but that's going to continue. So we'll see fewer online, fewer face-to-face residential and full-time MBA programs, more shift to online. We will see more, I think, continued part-time evening and weekend and executive formats, but less that involve travel for obvious reasons. But just to give you a little color on this, Nicholas, I know you sort of like this kind of detail.
Mm-hmm.
I've been, you know, I'll be 67 soon, and I'm now a tenured faculty at Yale, and I'm starting to understand what it would be like for me to go back to my office. Mm-hmm. Well, okay, I can get into the parking garage. That's cool. What about the elevator? I have to walk up 7 floors. Are we going to queue up for the elevator? How is that going to work? Once I get to my office, I'm not supposed to have any meetings in my office. We could meet maybe in conference rooms, but those have to be allocated and they have to spread out. Bathrooms. One person, even if it's a multi-person bathroom, the rules are going to be one person in the bathroom. So talk about queuing up. You got to plan when you're going to need to go to the bathroom. And then teaching. Plexiglass. And this, I mean, how many people would say this is really appealing? Not me. I don't know. Like I said, I think higher ed's in deep yogurt.
Yes, Alexander Starr.
Hi, I'm going to be. Oh, go ahead, Alexander.
May I ask you, Professor Schneider, tell me please, how recently you updated your information about real estate markets and what are your sources?
I'm sorry, I updated my information on what market?
How recently have you updated your information on real estate markets and what are your sources?
Oh, I read the Wall Street Journal. I'm not an expert on real estate by any means. And then I just, when I talk, as you do probably, when I talk to people who live in different parts of the country, I ask them what's going on. So if you're in Hudson Valley, north of New York City, everything's being rented. If you're on Long Island, everything's being rented. Cape Cod, everything's being rented. Connecticut, which has been a basket case for among states in the United States, economically, a lot of people are moving into Connecticut because it's relatively cheap and people don't want to live in New York City. And then I think it's a big question. I don't know if you have any insights. What's going to happen? There's a lot of discussion now about what's going to happen with high-tech cities. San Jose, Bay Area.
My insight apparently deals with the Manhattan, but not so much rental market as the sellers market, the projects which are being completed and being sold and so on. All of them, I shouldn't say maybe all of them, 99% perhaps, they are all in situation where nothing is being sold. The developers are walking away from their equity, and the lenders and the buyers, they are trying to figure out how to deal with this calamity. And I don't think that Manhattan market is any indication for what's happened overall, because if Manhattan market has liquidity problems and people are walk away from their equity, I can only imagine what happened in other markets, and it's just a beginning. So I wouldn't be so optimistic about real estate. But don't forget, even the people like working in airlines, in leisure industry, or so on, they are also purchasers of real estate, and they are not coming to buy real estate anytime soon. Probably not in the next 10, 15 years. So I don't know where the optimism about real estate market coming from. I don't see any evidence of that. And even today on CNBC, you could see review, and they were talking, in fact, about the new projects, real estate projects in the Manhattan area. So that's really worrisome, because if nothing can be solved in Manhattan, then what we are talking about, what, Arizona or Texas or where else it could be solved? I don't know.
Okay.
That's a good point. But I got one thing I want to bring up, because Ted, you brought up something about our higher education being kind of set aside, and one of the biggest problems that we're having is the resources of the information. Right? Where's all the resources coming from? And how reliable is it? And I think maybe that this might be the next scalable model for some of the creditable educational resources out there to elaborate on, because right now you can go out online, listen to any news story, so much Google stuff that's out there that we're finding out is not true, and that's not educational. That's not reliable education to be feeding the minds of the people. And one of the things I was taught as a child is your mind becomes what you feed it, right? Your community's minds become what you feed it. And we need to be very careful in this time of crisis that we've been dealing with. That's one of the reasons why we haven't been able to truly fix the crisis and address it properly, because we're being fed so much different information.
Well, the thing is, the real problem is we're getting a lot of our education on Facebook, and we're getting our education on television, which is not really education.
No, but it's not. That's not the same. How do we build the credentials to establish reliable education because we're all
that's the
at
reason
home now.
you go to get real education. But for all the people that are here, I just want to reintroduce our panel. We have Kim Calhoun from IBM TV in Raleigh, North Carolina. Alexander Starr, who heads the investment show on Wednesday from Toronto, Canada, via Moscow. Holmes Stoner, who's the head of the International American Chamber of Commerce. He's out of the Los Angeles area. Who just joined us was Michael Sims, a financial advisor in Palm Beach County, and Edward Snyder, the former dean at Yale University School of Business and currently economics professor at Yale University. And today is, of course, Economics Monday, and we were discussing the investment world as what we can do. Now, Michael, since you are in the investment world, you're a financial advisor in Palm Beach County, what are you looking at in terms of where should people park their money today? I'm going to put you on the spot since you just arrived.
Well, I think that there are a variety of good, solid areas that people could, when you say park, a lot of the times that insinuates sitting. But understanding what the client's goals and objectives are is then what would determine from a standpoint of a strategy for them. We like to do our planning from individual goals, timelines, and perspectives, as well as their risk tolerance. Analyze all of that data and put it together, and either in managed portfolios that match their risk quotients, but also look at the risk of rising taxes and how do we go about mitigating some of the situations. We really like the opportunity zones. We see, I think, when I came on, someone was mentioning what happens to the tech hubs. We've got identified a great opportunity zone out in San Jose that is focused on 7 or 8 different projects in the downtown San Jose area, because that's where the tech giants are moving.
Jim Eade has just joined us from the San Jose area. Actually, he's in the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley. And Oz, otherwise known as Opportunity Zones, explain to our listening audience, which is worldwide, unfortunately, so they might not have Opportunity Zones, but explain to them what these Opportunity Zones are.
Okay, well, part of the Tax Act that was established in 2017 was the concept of opportunity zones, where municipalities and states identified areas of underdevelopment that would be cordoned off and allow for investors to invest in those in projects to revitalize, bring new industry, invest in businesses that are located in that area. And number one, it would allow them to defer any current capital gains tax on the money that they were rolling into it for 10 years. But then also that investment, whatever it grows to, they would be able to get out of it in the 10-year time and take the growth tax-free. So it really was an incentive. And I think in the political scope, you're hearing a lot about how opportunity zones are one model to reinvigorate some of the urban centers or the less focused on communities. In the past, it has really invigorated a lot of investment in these areas. And one of the strategies, instead of trying to find a project to dedicate your investment to, or perhaps a company to invest in, is a lot of developers and or management teams have created funds where they can consolidate investments, sell units in the fund, and then have multiple projects within opportunity zones that meet the criteria.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the wonderful world of Oz, is what I call the opportunity zones, has had a big impact on the real estate market. Well, Holmes, you're laughing about it, but isn't it true? I mean, the thing is, if you got a large capital gain, one way you can eliminate it is invest in opportunity zones. What's your thought of that? I mean, isn't that a tax break for the rich, or am I missing something, Mr. Holmes?
We work. I own a company that manufactures steel-framed housing. It's called Ecodomica, and it's a company that provides low-cost housing for the people that got left in the rearview mirror here, and they can't, even if they don't even have enough credit score to rent an apartment, so they end up sleeping in their car or on a couch somewhere. So these are low-cost, small housing. They're zero carbon footprint with their building materials. But we have a program that I call it a closed economic system. In fact, that they don't need any external help from the federal government. We go into these OZs, these opportunity zones, and we set up an assembly plant and provide them parts and accessories so that they can put together their own affordable housing and create jobs at the same time while giving the investors a tax break.
A tax.
So that's pretty much our program across the country.
Okay,
we're looking at 200.
This tax break, okay, because there's
200 locations.
There's a CPA I work with. He actually runs the fourth largest CPA firm in the state of California, out of Long Beach, one of the largest firms there. And all he does is opportunity zones. Holmes, I mean, if you're a person with a large capital gain, okay, you can eliminate your capital gains tax by investing in opportunity zones. Why would not you do that? Because the tax hit, could be 20 or 30%, and all of a sudden, come on, man, it's gone.
Well, Nick, the important component, and I think Holmes would agree, is that number one, you're deferring the capital gains. You're kicking the can down the road for 10 years, and with what we've just gone through stimulus-wise, capital gains taxes may be double in 10 years. So it's a risk. There's a risk that when the tax plan comes due and you get 15% forgiveness from your capital gains, you could be paying a higher capital gains percentage on your basis. Mm-hmm. What we've looked at from an investment standpoint on these opportunity zones is they have to be sound real estate investments. Sure. The underlying investment, it's not just something I'll throw. We had a investor that we're directing to a fund, actually the fund in San Jose. But the wife was saying, hey, there's one here locally in our community. Let's invest here. And unfortunately, it wasn't an investment model that looked like it was going to be worth anything in 10 years. So, that takes a lot of fiduciary analysis and a lot of legal analysis to understand the structure of the fund. Are they running it appropriately? And then from the fiduciary standpoint, does it really create value that's going to have a likelihood of developing down the road?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, when Alexander was negative on real estate, the thing is at the same time, when you have these big tax breaks and opportunity zones, it changes the whole composition of some of these real estate investments.
Well, and I would say here in South Florida, I don't understand a depression in real estate because, one, we have a lot of international money coming into the Dade marketplace where everything from commercial to residential real estate is going through the roof. And here in Palm Beach County, it seems like every week we have a major announcement of a large corporation moving in and developing property to relocate their employees to. So some of my local realtor friends are having record years.
Yeah, well, but the thing is also that the tax structure of Florida
absolutely
is so different than the tax structure of the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, where Florida has no state income tax. Okay. Now, can we say the same thing, Jim, about the great state of California? Do you have no state income tax?
Or capital gains tax.
Or capital gains tax.
Oh, my goodness. No wonder people are moving to Florida.
Or they're moving out of
California.
Moving out of California.
Tiger Woods was born in California, but he lives in Florida.
Right.
And Phil Mickelson, from what I understand, his youngest daughter's finally getting through high school, and he's now moving just down the road from Tiger. So, yeah.
Right. Right.
And they're not stupid. They're good golfers and they're not stupid.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when we looked at the state tax maps, there's a lot of fast-growing states like Texas, Nevada, Florida, Washington that do not have state personal income tax. Now, I'm not sure if we can say that about the great state of Connecticut, because I did used to live there. Professor Snyder, since you live in the great state of Connecticut, do they have a state personal income tax in Connecticut?
Yeah, it's about 100 basis points higher than Massachusetts, just to put it all in perspective.
I didn't know that.
Real estate,
Really? You're higher than Massachusetts?
real estate taxes are off the charts high, and the unfunded liabilities for the state are so big. I mean, it's, California, Illinois, Connecticut,
You're talking about the unfunded pension liabilities. Would that be correct?
Yes, and it's interesting that Yale SOM graduate Ned Lamont is now governor. We wish him the best, but he's got a big problem. But he may be on the right side of this COVID reshuffling. That, by the way, that's not my term. I read that and I thought it was the right term. But a lot of people are moving to Connecticut, and maybe that'll help the economy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the issue that you're raising to me is so interesting about the United States and other countries with federal systems. There can be a lot of competition among the states.
Right.
It's underappreciated.
Right. Yeah, because and we've already seen an outflow of the great state of California. A lot of people moving to Utah and Texas to escape the socialist republic of California. But then there's some people that love California. They can't leave no matter what.
They can't afford to live here.
I'm one of them.
You love
I'm
California so much you won't leave no matter what. So
I am a citizen of the People's Republic of California.
Yeah, but you're the People's Republic of Southern California, and the thing is, they won't leave. It's like, no matter what, they're going to stay there.
I do think there is concern, and again, it's when there's not the yin and the yang of the system. I do think there should be some real focus and concern on what gets left behind, because here in South Florida we get a lot of the Northeastern migration, and really the concern is what happens to the tri-state area. I used to live and work in New York City for a time. Is when you're moving these corporations out and you're losing the tax dollars that are funding into the public welfare systems, and trying to lift these communities to some sense of prosperity, that there's just this economic cycle of despair that but they don't have the mobility to move. Mm-hmm. So then it becomes a bigger issue on how is that treated. I mean, you can't just carve it off and let it float away. You're probably going to have to bring in some federal resources at some point to address it. That's probably several years down the road, but it still is something that would need to be addressed. I like the opportunity zone concept, but then again, when we do the opportunity zone in San Jose, that, we can assure them that it's capital gains tax free on a federal basis. But the state of California is going to want, because of the gain in California, going to want their piece.
Right.
So that's really, we're having to go through those gymnastics to make sure everybody's aware of what's happening. And I think more people from Florida are becoming more and more aware, really, how nice we have it, in that we're not complicated with all these various levels of. We're grateful for the tourists. That's who pays our bills. So,
right, yes.
But you're also seeing some overpopulation issues.
Oh, absolutely. There's you can't. I remember driving through Broward and Dade County and seeing out in the Everglades big cranes just digging holes, and I had to stop and think about it. And they were digging the limestone out of one location and filling around the hole, and then they would develop houses on it. So they were creating their own land,
right,
in the swamp,
yeah,
to build houses.
Right. Well, also golf courses. What you do is you dig the hole. Okay, that becomes your lake for your golf course. You put the sand over here. That becomes your golf course and your houses. So that's how they developed Florida. And so if you go there, all there is golf course and homeowners associations. One next, as a matter of fact, in Palm Beach, where you live, 80% of all the people live in a homeowners association with golf courses and tennis courts.
It's our own little People's Republic of California.
Yeah, People's Republic of golf courses with no taxes. Now, if you're from California, this whole concept of no taxes, foreign, do not understand. But in Florida, that's kind of how it exists. Now, what Professor Snyder brought up is something that is a not well-known secret. It's the pension issues that exist in Illinois and Connecticut, where they have what they call unfunded pension liabilities, which means they owe their people a lot of money, but they never plan to pay it or pay how they're going to pay for it. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens to these two states. Now, Bridgeport, Connecticut, from what I understand, Professor Snyder filed bankruptcy. The city did to get rid of their unfunded pension liabilities and other liabilities, but so did certain cities in California, like Vallejo. Vallejo filed bankruptcy to get rid of their unfunded pension liabilities. Unfortunately, from what I understand, this was a Chapter 9 filing. Chapter 9 does not exist for the states. In other words, states cannot file bankruptcy to get rid of their unfunded pension liabilities. So what is Connecticut's plan to get rid of their liabilities, or do they have one in the great state of Connecticut?
Well, these so-called blue states with big deficits are going to try to lobby for a phase 3 stimulus bill that would include a lot of money for states. So that's one of the things that they're going to try to do. I know our show is not supposed to be political, but I think that's in the playbook.
Right.
And I think it's already drafted by Speaker Pelosi, and so that's one solution. There are differences, Nicholas, among the states in terms of the state constitutions, whether and how these issues can be addressed. Rhode Island, right next door, the governor there has been able to address them. It's much harder in Connecticut. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. David Walker, who's been on our show, I don't know if you know him. He was he was basically head of the accounting office in Washington, D.C. for years. He ran for political office in your great state of Connecticut based on 2 words: fiscal responsibility. And was rejected. Okay, because the thing is, they're going fiscal responsibility. Well, none of this. So David M. Walker has had a real challenge in trying to promote fiscal responsibility. What is your thoughts? And I don't know. Do you know Rex Sinquenfield, who was with DFA? Yep. Professor Snyder, do you know Rex?
I know Rex, and he's a great guy, and worked with David Booth.
Okay, all the chess players know him, by the way. So Alexander Starr, Jim Mead, we have a lot of chess players that are on our show. Rex developed the chess center in St. Louis, and one of our correspondents was actually out there. Was it you, Alexander? Someone was out there in St. Louis. Was it you? Yeah, right. Where Rex has developed his chess mecca in St. Louis. But what are the thoughts of this 2 bad words, fiscal responsibility? Is that a bad thing that we're just supposed to ignore? Professor Snyder, fiscal responsibility?
Well, it sort of loops back, doesn't it, to the question about whether gold's a good investment. At some point, I learned monetary theory at the University of Chicago, and I'll just say I don't understand what's happening now. But I would have thought if you look at what the Fed's done and what Congress has done, you would be heading for inflation. And that's one way to deal with the debt.
Right.
You inflate it away. But it does loop back, doesn't it, to this question about is that the way we're going to deal with it, or are we going to have blue state bailouts? I don't know. It just seems like we're in a period of great risk And poor candidate Walker just he couldn't get any traction on this.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I mean, David kept trying. I'm going to promote fiscal responsibility, and I'm thinking, well, that's not something that the American public wants to hear now. Is what did we do? Just borrowed another 3.5 trillion?
Okay. Yeah, and Nobel Prize winner Krugman, who was, sometimes people like to know, well, what did this guy win his Nobel Prize for? And does it have anything to do with what he's opining on now?
Yeah.
And it turns out, no.
Yeah.
His Nobel Prize was on a sort of a puzzle in economics. Why is it that we, the United States, import cars from Germany, but we also export cars? So Krugman wrote a really important piece to explain that in international trade, but he's leveraged that notoriety into this position where he can opine on anything. And his advice to everybody for the last 10 years has been borrow, borrow, borrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just keep borrowing.
Yeah.
So he's won the argument. And David Walker and Pete Peterson, I don't know if you know Pete, those guys are being treated like idiots.
Yeah.
Because
in other words, being fiscal responsible.
Why do we want to be fiscally responsible when we should be borrowing as much as we possibly can?
I don't know. Maybe Jim knows the answer to that question.
Well, I was going to say that, having been born in New Haven, I grew up a Knicks fan, and Dollar Bill Bradley, a senator, resigned and said the Senate is just not functioning anymore, and we can't be fiscally responsible and socially liberal. And so there's no such thing as both. So when we say fiscally responsible, we're costing society a great deal. And if we're saying we're going to take care of the poor, the people that do not have means, then we're not being fiscally responsible. So these types of things are more complicated than we can make in little snippets of information, like fiscally conservative is a soundbite. It's a bumper sticker, and we have to look at it as a complex problem to solve. And it's no easy solution.
Well, Holmes, you're head of the International American Chamber of Commerce. What do the Chinese think about our American debt?
China has a saying, gold is the currency of the rich, debt is the currency of the poor.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound very good, since we just issue $3.5 trillion worth of debt, and from what I understand, the plan is to issue more debt. I mean, when is this thing going to turn around?
Right.
Where is it going to turn around? Michael, since you're on the front lines working with clients, is any of your clients scared about the American economy and this massive influx of debt into the United States of America?
Well, most of who we work with are small business owners. We do have a few high net worth families, but we try to target the business owners in the evolution, coach them with their business value to get to the exit. I think there's a concern, but what they're really looking at the blocking and tackling on day to day. And so most of them are not, measuring what the future impact is of printing $3.5 trillion. They're looking at, how do I keep my employees engaged? How do I keep revenue flowing and reduce my expenses? I think that that's a mistake. And I think in some regards, we're trying to work with them to identify strategies to prepare so that they don't, in essence, is with most small business owners, 75 to 80% of their wealth is tied up in their business entity. We want them to be, better prepared with assets, with their asset stratification. So when it comes time to leave the business, it's not all reliant upon what the economic climate is of the day. So they're aware of it, but I don't think that they recognize the impact that the potential debt load will have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, Alexander Starr, you're in the great country of Canada. Do they issue a lot of debt in Canada? Has that been the response to the coronavirus?
Yes, the level of debt has been rising, and seems to me that first of all, Canada doesn't have many options, and like most of the countries, including US, they had to do it. What's very peculiar about Canada, and I was listening about the different tax systems in different states and so on, but Canada has one peculiarity is universal free medical care. And that's alone very valuable asset for Canadians because um, there is no such thing as the deductible, the insurance. I mean, when I'm coming to see my doctor, the financial consideration of who and how much you're paying and when you're paying and what you're paying, it just doesn't exist. All you have to do is show up. There is an appointment and you get some medical advice, or you get referred to another doctor, and that another doctor will do the same thing, absolutely free of charge. I mean, well, at the end of the day, of course, somebody is paying for that, and the medical care in Canada essentially, of course, it's in Ontario, it's about 1/3 of budget is going to paying for a medical care. But at least for most of the people, it's a very valuable option to the ability to see the doctor and get medical help without worrying financial consequence to that. Now, coming to about debt, there's I'm myself actually in all kinds of models. What I'm doing is I have to put valuation of American debt, and the more debt, as you said, will be issued anytime soon. See, the problem with American debt is that about 20 years ago, the debt was way much smaller than it is today. And at the same time, we were talking about 5-6 trillion dollars, and all American households put together owned $100 trillion, including the real estate. And I'm not talking about American corporations. I'm talking about households of the United States of America. Today, the debt has risen to $25-26 trillion, and it's going through the roof anytime soon. And U.S. households today own only about $45 trillion. So now you see that the level of debt is slowly but surely approaching the level of all households of the United States of America. So it will take probably about 5 to 10 years for America's debt level to exceed the income and the assets, sorry, I should say, assets of the households. Now, on the other hand, I saw myself a program quite a while ago when Warren Buffett was on CNBC, and he was asked, is it possible that if this situation will continue, the United States will go bankrupt? The Warren Buffett, his reply was that how a country, the only one country in the whole world can print US dollars, nobody else can go bankrupt. It's just physically impossible. It's just against the whole laws of physics and all many other laws. So the short answer is that he is obviously right. US cannot go bankrupt. It will continue to print dollars as there is no tomorrow. But again, those who don't believe in gold should ask themselves what's going to happen to gold if this more and more debt will be issued and U.S. households will own less and less equity. You tell me.
I'm sorry, I wanted to just
I'm
add
curious.
some numbers here. I think it was a very interesting set of comments. So just to add numbers to what was just said. U.S. total federal debt. That's not all of it because it doesn't count Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid debt. But just traditional U.S. debt, 25 trillion. And U.S. GDP last year was 20 trillion. So if I got my math right, that means we're at 1.25 debt to GDP. And Ken Rogoff from Harvard, he came up with this analysis that said if you go over 0.9, we're at 1.5. If you go over 0.9, then a country's growth rate falls. Now, I think what Alexander's saying, however, is that maybe the U.S. right now doesn't face that because we're the only one that can print dollars. And the other thing to say is most of the analysis on which Rogoff's conclusion was based was in a higher real rate of interest environment. And now we're in a low interest rate environment, especially adjusted for inflation. So I think the bottom line is we're sort of in, I think, somewhat scary, uncharted territory with respect to where we are with debt. But Nicholas, I think you were right to bring up China, because even though nobody right now, well, I shouldn't say nobody, Michael would be able to provide insights, but I think a lot of countries right now would be fearful to switch from US dollars to renminbi as a reserve currency. But that's the lurking big threat. Could we lose reserve currency status down the road
to China?
And who would we lose it to? And I think the only plausible alternative, I think, in the future, not in the immediate future, is China.
Yes, and Ken Rogoff, also for those who don't know, is a chess player. He's actually a chess grandmaster, one of the top 1,600. There's only 1,500 chess grandmasters in the world. There are less chess grandmasters than there are billionaires. So, in case you didn't know that, Rogoff he's a chess grandmaster, and he was well known during the time.
World champion,
what?
He was junior world.
He was world junior champion. We all know Ken Rogoff from chess. We don't know him from anything else.
I didn't read his paper.
We don't read his papers. No, we just watch his chess games.
Well, Jim, I feel like I'm not going to tell you my chess rating because you would think ill of me.
Right.
I am so impressed by these connections to Rex and Ken. But Nicholas, thank you for having me. I need to sign off. I've got a few things to do, but this has been really interesting today.
Yes. Well, thanks for coming. Hopefully you're going to be on another show. Jeff Brown is supposed to be arriving sometime in the next couple of minutes. So
see if he knows what deep yogurt means.
Deep yogurt, is that the key? Is that what I'm supposed to ask him?
Yeah.
I think I got that one.
You got that one? I don't know what it is.
Higher education than deep yogurt.
Right. Yeah. I'll have to ask him. We'll have to ask him about deep
That's politically correct.
Is it really? Okay, so I don't know that. Well, thank you, Professor Snyder, for coming.
Great.
Hopefully we'll see you on some future shows.
A lot of notes.
I think David K. Johnston and Professor Brown are both going to be here very shortly. So, but we'll see you on future shows. Thanks for showing up.
Thank you, Nicholas. Thanks,
everybody. All right, thank you. All right, take care. Bye-bye. Oddly enough, he knows Ken Rogoff, which is a chess grandmaster.
Two people who are famous in the chess world.
I know, right? Yeah. So the thing is, all the chess players know each other. Let's get real, So, Alexander, did you ever run into Ken Rogoff at all when you were playing?
No, I never met him personally, but he is, by the way, he is very often quoted in the Russian talk shows and different financial programs and so on. I'm quite surprised. He's very well regarded, maybe because of his grandmasters stuff.
Yeah, right,
but
because he's grandmaster.
He's fantastic economist, and of course, it's always a pleasure to know his opinion on different
Yeah. He's he was well known at chess. Then he abandoned it and became a Harvard professor. After he was like, wow, I think world junior chess champion and abandoned it. But and Rex, I don't think Rex really played a lot.
Well, he
of
was
chess.
a class player, but he was like an A player.
He was an A player,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But mostly in the Chicago area.
Right. Yeah. In other words, he kept playing, and he was addicted to it. So he
the two of them just took a wrong turn in their lives, and
wrong turn in their lives. Right. Got real job. Well, we've had Alan Truffler on, who has actually Alan became a multi-billionaire, and he won the World Open and Chess Championship back in 1975 or 76, something like that. So he's been on our show, but then he created a company called Pegasystems, and it still exists today. It was the original founder of the Pegasystems. And we had John Fanning on, the founder of Napster, who's also a chess player. And John, you can see him on IBM TV, was the only interview he's ever granted was with us at IBM TV. So I thought that was pretty good. But he's also a fanatical chess player, but he's really about an A-player expert. Strength. So
Nick, you know what? I saw your speed game against him.
Yeah, right.
And you should be disqualified for 2 reasons. And
what did I do wrong?
I'll tell you exactly.
What's your problem?
I'm surprised he never complained about. Okay, 2 things. Number 1, you had coffee during the game and he didn't. So that's unfair.
I didn't pick up on that.
You had coffee during the game and he didn't. That's unfair.
No, I was drinking my Diet Coke.
No, well,
let's bring another chess player on.
You did. And second thing, it's even much more serious. I noticed when you did
you moved the piece.
You use both hands. And that's against the law. You are lost on the spot.
I moved the piece and hit the clock.
It's illegal. You did both hands. You took king with one hand and rook with one.
Oh, yeah, that's how
it's against the law. It's illegal. You lost the game.
Come on, man.
Let him know.
I saw him move the piece and hit the clock with the other hand. You can't do that.
Well, I'm ambidextrous.
You need to apologize.
You're ambidextrous?
Apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm ambidextrous. Who won the game, Sasha? Who won the game?
Well, Salman knows the rules of chess. He can chime in here.
Salman knows the rules of chess? Yeah, he can chime in. Okay, well, we'll introduce Salman.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, Jim.
Hi. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
This is okay. We'll introduce people. Alexander Starr from he's actually from Canada via Russia, and he's also heads up our investment show on Wednesday. He also does Chess Stars, where he brings in grandmasters from all over the world. He had Joel Benjamin on, and he had 2 of the Russian grandmasters on the other day, and had a great show out of Russia. And we have Holmes Stoner, who's the head of the American International Chamber of Commerce. So he's in California right now, along with Michael Sims right below him, who is a financial advisor in Palm Beach County, and Jim Eade, who purportedly says he knows you, Salman, from chess, but Jim is a FIDE chess master in the country of Silicon Valley, and I'm also a chess master, former 3-time Florida State chess champion, but other than playing on the internet, I'm like Ken Rogoff. I don't do that anymore. Playing hardcore tournament chess, are you kidding? That's a lot of work. But
I have my show, Nick, Chess Without Borders.
Oh, Chess Without Borders.
Joel's my guest.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I had Joel Benjamin was on your show. Yeah, I saw that. You had John Fedorowicz on your show.
I forgot. This Saturday, we are going to see absolutely incredible chess show on IBM TV. It will be a contest, a game, two games, which will be played between Grandmaster Alexei Shariff, who used to be number 3 in the world, and Grandmaster Alexander Donchenko from Germany, who is very, very strong, young Grandmaster, only 22 years old. But the most important thing is it will be a contest where you can predict the moves before they might be awarded. And we have hundreds of dollars in prizes for the winners of the contest. So you're all welcome. You're all welcome on Saturday.
Saturday on IBM TV, Chess Stars with Sasha Starr. And Sasha, what's the name of the chess grandmaster you had on from Moscow earlier this week?
Sergei Makarychev.
Yeah, Makarychev. He was the trainer for Karpov and Kasparov. I mean, I will look him up on Wikipedia. The guy is incredibly strong.
I'm not worthy.
Yeah, we're definitely, none of us are worthy, but I saw his ELO rating. I was kind of like, okay, he's really good. So, Salman, you're at Duke University in Durham. Is that correct? Or
that is correct. So I generally spend about 2/3 of my time in California and about 1/3 of my time in California running Bay Area chess, and about 2/3 of the time in North Carolina. But I've been stuck in North Carolina since March, and hoping to free up soon under house arrest without an ankle bracelet. But can't.
Right. Okay. But do you teach at Duke, or what do you do at Duke University?
So I teach in the business school, Fuqua Business School, and I teach two types of courses. One are data analytics courses, and the other are entrepreneurial and innovation courses, which kind of goes back to my background. So I would like to say I have a similar background to Jim in terms of like starting companies and stuff, but he is been much more successful in many fewer companies than I have been. He has a much better batting average than I do. I have failed more times or have closed down more companies than I've started. In fact, some of my friends say that whenever I enter a company, I close it down. That's the sign, the Grim Reaper is here.
Do you happen to know David Pope at SAS Systems by any chance, who wrote Data Analytics?
I know of him, but he doesn't know of me.
Oh, really? Okay, right. Yeah, he's been on our show. That's the reason I was just wondering if you knew who he was.
So SAS has a huge presence in the area.
Yes.
And he is quite well known in the area. Well, actually, he's well known kind of internationally.
Right.
His involvement.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, and the thing is, when I told Jim before that we're going to have you on the show, and then he says, "Well, he's a chess player." And when I looked through your CV, I didn't know you were into chess world, and we have a lot of chess players on IBM TV. It's like dominated by the chess player. But you actually run Bay Area chess in California. But do you live in Durham, or do you live up in California? Where do you live?
So I live in Durham about 2/3 of the time. My family is here during the school year. And then during any month, I would go like on a Friday and come back on Monday. Go to California on Friday and come back on Monday. And over 2 weekends, basically, I can run 2 tournaments and check up on all the after-school programs that we have. So we have 2 kinds of things going on. We had 2 kinds of things going on in the past now. So one is after-school programs, which is more of enrichment, teaching, and so on. And the other are the chess tournaments, which are usually on the weekend.
Okay. Well, I have a trivia question for the people in California. In 1942, the Rose Bowl was not held in California. In what city was the Rose Bowl held because of World War II?
I do not know.
Where was the Rose Bowl held in 1942?
I bet it was the Orange Bowl, but I'm just guessing.
No, it was Duke University. It actually was held
really?
at Duke University in 1942. Wow. If you go on the Duke University campus, you'll actually see a little statue near Cameron Indoor Stadium, which says that the Rose Bowl in 1942 was held at Duke University because of World War II. And it was moved over to Duke. So kind of a trivia question for the people in Southern California who thought the Rose Bowl was there all the time. And it wasn't. It was moved there. So Ken Jennings would know it, but we haven't had him on the show yet, the answer to that particular question. Okay, so on business and economics, Salman, do you work with startups or what type of, or tech companies? Do you counsel them at all?
Yeah, so exactly both of them. So early stage startups and in technology in general. I dabble in some areas where technology is an enabler, but my kind of background is mostly technology.
Okay, well, the thing is, we found something also interesting because you're probably familiar with Research Triangle Park in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, and funds in general for startups. When we looked at a map of where the funds for startups are funded. 40% of all investment money into startups come from Silicon Valley, where Jim is located.
Right.
The Research Triangle Park, the great Research Triangle Park, does not have 40% of all the investment funds. It has 0.075. Now, is there a problem with that? Why is it that North Carolina gets like no love? Oh, by the way, in Southern California, where Holmes is from, 10%. So 50% of all startup funds come from the state of California. The state of North Carolina, 0.075. Doesn't even hit 1%. Is there a problem? Why would you do a startup in North Carolina when there's no money here? Well, I mean, what's going on?
Well, the main reason for doing a startup here is lower cost of living and lower cost of doing business. And the laws are a little bit more favorable to employers. That said, you remind me of my interview at Duke in 2014. So the way I ended up here was that my son was touring colleges and on the East Coast, and I came with him. And since I went to Duke, I basically introduced him to my former professors, and I said, this is my son, he's applying to Duke. And my idea was like, this was, by the way, before all the college scandals, right? So, but that's as far as I went, and I did make a donation of $200, to be honest, just so that, that donation box is checked and they know, okay, this guy's a donor. Hopefully they would not check that it's only $200. But all that said, basically, my interview, one of the questions was that we want to build a Silicon Valley and Research Triangle Park, which is basically what this area is known as.
Right.
And I kind of, being from California, we kind of are very straightforward and authentic, especially in the startup world. I said, well, that's not possible, because you don't have the environment, you don't have the culture. In Silicon Valley, you kind of go to a Starbucks and it's like full of entrepreneurs. It's full of people like, Jim and me sitting around, sometimes playing chess and sometimes talking about, what is the next startup to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's a whole different culture than in North Carolina. We just had David K. Johnston, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times best-selling author, and author of a book I haven't bought yet. And notice the opportunity yet. Look at this. It's even worse than you think. Is that your book, David? I mean, the thing is,
that was a bestseller here in Germany and in Britain.
Really? Okay, because the thing is, I haven't got that book yet. So tell us about It's Even Worse Than You Think.
It came out 1 year after Donald took the oath of office. And I go through in detail that he is fulfilling a campaign promise. Donald said he was going to destroy our federal government. It was better put by Steve Bannon, who said he was going to deconstruct the administrative state. And I show that all sorts of important State Department positions and ambassadorships were not filled. And when we did the paperback update a year later, many of them are still unfilled, and there's still a number of them unfilled. Many competent managers and scientists were being forced out. I tell the story of a federal government manager who was very highly thought of, who is now a clerk processing oil royalty checks because he won't quit. I also tell about how at the EPA, when we had the first director, whose name escapes me at the moment, who was chartering planes and had a skiff built for him to have secret communications, orders were issued that the clean water people were to disclose every weakness in the law, every possible weakness, ostensibly under the guise of knowing how to strengthen the environmental laws against polluters, but in fact, it was a roadmap for polluters on how to defeat the Clean Water Act and other things along this line that are going on almost unseen. That's why we started DC Report right a couple days after Donald took office, because national news covers politics these days. There hasn't been a reporter assigned to housing and urban development for 30 years. I don't think there's ever been one assigned to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, an incredibly powerful body with only about 1,500 workers that is funded not by the taxpayers, but by the industry it regulates, with 100% predictable results.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, in fact, by the way, just one other thing, the very first official act of Donald Trump on his first working day as president was to make 2 appointments to this Federal Energy Regulatory Commission that signaled to Wall Street profiteers, the doors are wide open, start ripping everybody off.
Oh, that's Donald Trump probably calling you right now.
Yeah.
Scott
With us
Pruitt.
on the panel, we have Holmes Stoner, who's the chairman of the International American Chamber of Commerce from California, Michael Sims from Palm Beach, who's a financial advisor in Palm Beach, David K. Johnson, Pulitzer Prize winner, also a New York Times bestseller, Professor Salman Azhar at Duke University, but now I also know he does Bay Area chess, so he's welcome to the community. And we have Jim Eade, who's a chess master in the Silicon Valley area, or the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley.
Capitalist Republic.
It's not capitalist. You don't even know what the word capitalist. Well, I don't understand.
It's the Socialist Republic of Northern California that you're referring to. The capital is Berkeley.
Has all the money, so I don't get that whole.
Well, David, were you thinking of Scott Pruitt?
Yes, thank you. That's the name I couldn't drop in my. Thank you.
Scott, resigned in scandals.
Yeah.
We'll show everybody the copy of his book, because this is a book I don't have. He wrote a great book called Perfectly Legal, another one, The Making of Donald Trump. Now it's even worse than you think.
Before I came on, you were raising the question about why is there not a capital market for venture money in Research Triangle, and why is it in California? And I think to some degree that sort of puts the lie to the idea that state level taxes are enough to motivate people's behavior as to where they live. You go where you can make money. New York City, very high taxes if you're a New York City resident, but people go there because they can make money there. Smart business people worry about the taxes after they make the money. They don't, if you want to screw up your fortune, do what the Chandler family did, destroy your fortune by engaging in dubious tax shelters instead of just paying your taxes after you've made billions of dollars.
Oh, dubious tax shelters. Well, Michael Sims, you were talking about a dubious tax shelter called the Opportunity Zones. Can you explain to us about this dubious tax shelter that David K. Johnson brought out? What's going on with that?
Hello?
Yes, Michael, you're on.
Okay. The intent of the dubious tax shelter was to focus investment monies that were gained on capital gains into underdeveloped areas, and with the idea of kicking the capital gains tax down the road, receiving a discount on it in a 10-year timeline, and any growth that was derived from the investment would be yielded tax-free as well. Mm-hmm. Communities and states, municipalities were allowed to, put together their map, and some of the areas make a lot of sense for investment. Others, I recently Hurricane Michael came through the Panhandle of Florida, and you can go on the Opportunity Zone map and see the exact swath because they're trying to attract redevelopment dollars to that area. The question is there going to be a return on that investment? The value of the investment going to grow? So I don't see a lot of funds or projects happening in those areas, but in certain areas they're collecting a considerable amount of investment. So the idea being is renovating. Now, I don't understand how you take an underdeveloped area and build a hotel, how that's going to improve the plight of the people in the community. But there are a lot of community redevelopment efforts that are being done in conjunction with the opportunity zones to try to leverage more value out of the dollars that are being invested in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you were telling us that the opportunity zone that you're investing is in San Jose, California. What the heck do they need opportunity for when in North Carolina we're starving, we have no capital? What's going on there, Michael?
It's interesting in discussions with the group out there in San Jose that's put together a really interesting offering. One of their projects is student housing development outside San Jose State University. And they said in a survey done, because so many future engineers are going to San Jose because of the proximity to the tech firms, that upon graduating and interviewing the graduates, that every virtually every student who graduates from from San Jose State University has some experience with homelessness, be it for a semester or a year, that they cannot afford.
They can't afford to live there. It's too expensive.
They can't afford to live. Exactly. So what the opportunity?
Tell them to call me. Tell them to call me. Okay. Tell them to call me.
They're gonna steal structure right away.
Yeah. And so what they're doing is they're trying to create affordable housing as Google and Facebook and a lot of these companies are expanding their corporate presence in the San Jose area, but they're also doing adult assisted living facilities, some commercial development. But we really like the blend of how they were saying, if we build the affordable housing at a reasonable price and avoid employees having to make 2.5-hour commutes, it will create the revenue return that they're looking at. And I mean, they're looking at significant, there is a definite need. So,
Okay.
and like I said, from a fiduciary standpoint, we have to look at the underlying investment and say, it's great we can defer taxes to draw the investment in, but
that would draw the investment in. Now what?
Compared to the panhandle of Florida, where you're trying to recreate communities that were devastated,
Sure.
there's a heck of a lot more return for our investors in San Jose.
Yeah. Holmes, what's your thoughts on these opportunity zones, Mr. Stoner?
Well, we basically are in the steel frame housing business. We can make affordable housing. We can make 1,000 units a month, and we've been doing it outside the United States for quite some time. And now we have 2 factories, one in Michigan and one in Indiana, where we can duplicate what we've been doing in Asia and South America for years. Our whole focus is on affordable housing and getting people with some shelter here. That's the most important thing. That's our mission, basically. And because we make them from steel and eco-friendly materials, we have an inexhaustible amount of building materials that's 50% cheaper and stronger and safer and more portable than wood. So I think that we have a solution for that problem. Unfortunately, we're up against people in the lumber industry, which gives us a little bit of disruption. So we're interrupting tens of thousands of jobs that are hooked into the lumber industry. So we have a uphill battle, but we're winning the fight. And most of those projects are going into opportunity zones.
Okay, David.
I bought my first house in Silicon Valley in Sunnyvale in 1971 when I was 22 years old. It cost me in today's money about $180,000. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, concrete slab, stucco starter tract house. It sold a year or two ago for $2 million. And the reason for that,
that's the reality.
What?
Yeah, it's very low density housing on the peninsula, just like a lot of LA and Orange County. It was cheap to build in the 50s and 60s, and it was built that way. I've written about how the city of San Francisco, by taking over the old Candlestick Park site and across the street from it, an RV parking lot. Think of all the need for housing in the Bay Area, and there's an RV parking lot. Could build housing for about 150,000 couples and singletons. And by extending the streetcar line that runs to what's called Dogpatch on down there, could provide people with access without the need to use cars to get to their jobs. And if they build over to BART, really be good setup. But you need density of housing, which we don't have, because it's land. You buy a house where I live in Rochester, New York. Around here, there are a few $1 million homes, not many, but you get a $950,000 building on a $50,000 lot. You go to Silicon Valley, you get a $50,000 building on a $2 million lot. And so people are house poor. And this is fixable through density, through changing concepts about zoning. It will reduce the need for the traffic problems, which I don't miss from my 39 years living in California, one iota. And just one point about what Michael said, there has been some research showing that opportunity zone spending in New Jersey and some other locations was capital investments which would have been made anyway by utility companies, for example, who simply used a piece of real estate they owned within an opportunity zone to as the address for work they were going to do anyway. That is, there was gaming of it because the statute was not carefully drawn and the regulations were not carefully drawn. We always have gaming, but I think excessive amount of gaming in this particular case, that's unfortunate.
Salman, since you're a professor at Duke University, have you seen any migration outside of the great socialist state of Silicon Valley into the Research Triangle Park? I know the capital hasn't come here, but has the corporations come to North Carolina?
So there have been some corporations that have come here. I think Advanced Auto Parts moved here from Virginia or something like that. But really, what has happened is that most companies in Silicon Valley have opened up branch offices here, and they have basically encouraged some people to move, especially people who are lower income or lower level staff. People who are at higher level don't feel that it's not a good career move for them because the top management is not here. So I have kind of talked to some of my friends who decided to move here, but they were more at the executive level, but they decided then to move back because they felt that they had a glass ceiling over here.
Now at Duke University, you actually teach at the business school at Duke. Yes. Is that a physical where students actually show up? Because we heard from the University of Illinois Dean and Purdue that they've abandoned their physical MBA programs. Does Duke still have a physical MBA program?
Yes, we do have a physical MBA program. We have about 600 students in that. This year, we are probably expecting a little bit lower number simply because of COVID. On site, there would be some hybrid things and online things, but it's still a physical thing. But stepping back, you're absolutely right. There are a lot of business schools that are stepping away from an in-person MBA to an online MBA.
Now, when you teach your course on economics at Duke, do you bring out David K. Johnson's book, It's Worse Than You Think? Or I mean, how do you teach your students in this crazy economy? What do you tell them to do?
I'm very kind of straightforward and authentic about my political and social opinions. I'm a huge Trump supporter. And, I really kind of think that anybody who comes to America and works hard can make it. And I think the poor people that can't find affordable housing in Silicon Valley just need to work harder.
Oh, they need to work harder. Did you hear that, Jim and Holmes? They need to work, David, they need to work harder in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, I mean, having written about, as you know, Nick, my critics accused me of making inequality an issue with my coverage in the New York Times, which was all based on the data, the official government data. Mm-hmm. And the fact is, the bottom half of Americans are living in an economic terror. The bottom 90% of Americans in 2018 had a pre-tax income $218 above what they made in 1969, almost a half century earlier. And their total federal tax burden went up, while the total federal tax burden of people in the $1 million and up class went down. Mm-hmm. I mean, we have a couple of real fundamental business problems. We don't have sufficient domestic capital investment. The Trump Republican tax law in 2017 was sold as there'll be investment, domestic capital investment. That's not what the data shows. The 2006 tax holiday was marketed on the same idea, 600,000 jobs, big increase in domestic capital investment. We haven't seen that happen. We haven't seen it happen because the incentives for business to invest here are not sufficient to do so. You can earn taxes, profits that will never be taxed overseas now. And by making arrangements with various governments, as I've documented ad nauseum in my trilogy and elsewhere in Tax Notes magazine and other forums. So why would you invest in the US where there is a corporate income tax, an idea that was a good idea 100 years ago, but time has passed by? And instead, you would think you'll invest in places where you can earn a return that is the same pre-tax and post-tax. So what we've created in America are all these devices that I spent years exposing in which your after-tax return is higher than your pre-tax return. I mean, that's the very definition of a tax shelter. We are literally have turned the corporate income tax for many companies, not all of them, but for international companies, into a profit center. And when I first reported that and people said I was crazy, Congress undertook this big study they had subpoena power, and they got a hold of internal documents of companies that showed that they referred to their own tax departments internally as profit centers.
Yeah, that's what they're supposed to be. I mean, the thing is, when I was in Seattle, Microsoft had 400 tax attorneys working on the famous, which we all know, the double Dutch Irish sandwich.
Right.
Which, for those who don't know, that is where you establish your corporation in Ireland, which Google did, by the way. And you guys in the social state of Silicon Valley know that then they sold their search engine to Ireland because the tax rate there, the maximum rate's 15%. Then they lease it back in the United States and they pay royalties to Ireland. And then Ireland moves it to the Dutch to bring their effective rate down to 2%, which is the reason why you go to tax law school, so you can engage in the double Dutch Irish sandwich for Google, Microsoft, Intel. I mean, I even have clients that we've done double Dutch, but that's why we go to tax law school, is to
that 2%,
that
2% is illusory, because if you can see their internal records, what you would see is, well, they report that because of the time value of the money, they're actually making a profit off of it. And so I've used, my favorite example that I use in Perfectly Legal is Viagra, and what Pfizer America did with going to, I call it chapter letters to Switzerland.
Right.
Solely domestic companies like the one my son and I founded, a hotel management company, not owners.
Sure. Yep.
We couldn't do any of these things because we're 100% domestic. And we didn't have the scale. We've got to have huge scale. I have business here in Rochester who looked into some of these things and then realized, oh my God, the legal costs alone far exceed what we can possibly afford. So we created a system in which the very largest companies now, many of them, not all of them, but many of them, literally make a profit off the tax center, and their own internal records prove that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of like the name of the game, is to set up like even captive insurance companies for years were done internationally,
yes,
as opposed to domestically. So, but these are legitimate, what they call tax shelters, or like what Michael's selling, the opportunity zone. What's the big deal for the opportunity zone? We got clients that have millions of dollars of capital gains. They don't want to pay 20, 30% in capital and ordinary income taxes. They can pay zero, but they have to invest in these crazy opportunity zones. But that's the reason we exist.
They're only legitimate because Congress allows them to be under the rules it's adopted that these companies lobbied for.
Right.
And so one of the reasons in my new book, I'm proposing getting rid of the corporate income tax, and then you have to replace it with a new set of rules, because otherwise everybody will do what Apple did. They'll just stuff money in a mattress as executives because they're risk averse. Sure. So you have to enforce the 1909 original corporate income tax rules. You are allowed to hold only a reasonable amount of liquid assets, and anything above that, you've got to either pay out to your owners as dividends, invest in the business to grow it, which should be our principal concern, or pay higher wages to the workers.
Right.
And if you don't, you face an onerous, unforgivable penalty tax, the same way that somebody my age who doesn't take the minimum amount out of their retirement account faces an onerous, no forgiveness, even if you had a stroke and were a single person in the hospital, penalty tax.
Right. Yeah. They would have what they call the accumulated earnings tax, which exists in the code, Section 531, and they had what they call the Bartle formula that used to basically mitigate the accumulated earnings tax. So you're going to try to bring that back. And actually, it may not be a bad idea to bring back the tax structure that existed in 1960, where the highest marginal rates were 90%.
Well, the Section 531, maybe it's 535H. 5 words were added in the 1986 Tax Reform Act that no one wrote about at the time. Not the tax press, not anybody.
Sure.
That turned out to exempt overseas entities from the retained earnings tax. And so that's when we saw this explosion of offshore devices that are contraindicated for the welfare of the American economy and American workers and American investors. Well, maybe not investors.
Right.
Well, I would like to ask a question, Nick. Because Counselor, you're moving really fast here. But I really, my wife had an office in Ireland, which was really good for me because when she went to work, I could have a boondoggle in Dublin. And it was this tax strategy was great for Ireland, not so great for the United States.
Yeah,
but
whole theory.
We tried this theory in Kansas, and it didn't work too well in Kansas.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the double Dutch, the reason why it works in Ireland is because of a treaty that exists between the United States and Ireland, and realize that treaties actually override the Internal Revenue Code. So if you look at the hierarchy of law, the U.S. treaty between Ireland, which is very favorable to Ireland, and the whole theory was to develop more business in Ireland, that's the whole theory of these international shelters anyway, is to actually encourage and build up the Irish economy, and they did so by cutting the top marginal rate to 15%. The problem is large companies, large companies can take advantage of it, like Microsoft, Apple, Google, who all did the double Dutch.
Yeah.
Okay, but small companies like poor David K. Johnson's hotel industry can't, because they can't afford the legal muscle, and frankly, it's expensive to set up and maintain. And at the end of the day, it doesn't make any sense.
Nick, this is not a charity for Ireland. They were not.
It's a great day for the Irish.
They were not trying to build businesses.
Yes, Holmes.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Holmes may have a double Dutch. He may want to comment on it.
I'm Irish.
I'm Irish. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't have a. Do you have a double Dutch sandwich?
I'm not saying I'm against what they did with Ireland. I'm very happy about that. But it wasn't to build industry in Ireland. It was to provide this corporate tax breaks for the large corporations. That was the motivation.
Right.
There were different deals in different treaties. So Ingersoll Rand saved about $40 million a year by paying $26,000 a year in fees and whatever it costs to rent a post office box in Hamilton, Bermuda. Neighbors Industries used a tax dodge I deconstructed a long time ago, where you send your money to Barbados and then you send it on to Bermuda, and the only significant legal requirement of this deal, Barbados takes a 1% tax, Bermuda nothing, although they charge fees, was you had to have a board of directors meeting every year in Barbados. What a horrible.
Onerous.
Come on, David. There are legal requirements you have to meet to establish these international entities, and we used to do them all the time for clients. I worked with one client with a double Dutch, but we do also a lot of it for asset protection purposes, because some of them, like in the Cook Islands, there was no the legal enforcement of a judgment in the United States against a Cook Island corporation. And one of the attorneys I worked with hired all the law firms for his particular client in the Cook Islands, so that if they did have a lawsuit, they would be conflicted. No lawyer could handle it. So you'd have to handle it yourself. So these islands actually do have some use for them. It's for asset protection, for tax savings for the clients who can't afford the legal advice, or like Microsoft, the 400 tax attorneys that are involved to mitigate and lower our effective rate. Remember, our rate is what, 35%, but the effective corporate tax rate is double digits, low double digits, 10% less. Pardon?
It's 21% now.
21%, is that the effective rate?
No, that's the statutory rate.
That's the statutory rate, but what's the effective rate?
About 11.
About 11. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was around double digit.
I mean, we don't have the official IRS data yet. That's based on modeling people have done. But
okay. Yeah, I know it was much lower than whatever the current rate, and the effective rate is much lower. But then it becomes great political fodder, because you can say, "Oh, we pay huge corporate tax rates." No, we don't. Okay, it's because the effective rate's a lot less, because what you do is you mitigate the taxes. Which
I've got one for Professor Azhar's class. You should think.
Okay, get those dookies to work.
As somebody.
The question I have is: isn't that a good thing? It gives incentive for people to do well and be richer and pay less taxes, and it's the incentives are kind of aligned.
Well, it's
okay. So
it's always JD. It depends. What's the question for the professor's class?
Let's remember, go along with me for a little time. Let's remember the basic things. Why do we have the Constitution of the United States? There's a specific purpose that it was created for that we don't teach in school. It was created specifically so we could tax ourselves, because under the Articles of Confederation, there was no tax. And the founders of this country recognized that a government that doesn't tax isn't a government at all. So that's why we created this country, to tax ourselves and to regulate interstate commerce, which is a form of taxation in effect. That's number one. Number two, if you don't provide for Commonwealth goods and services, you limit the amount of wealth you can create. the trucking industry right now is wasting enormous amounts of money because of accidents and repairs, because they're not maintaining our roads and highways. We need to invest in commonwealth goods to create private wealth. And I'm a big fan, as Nick knows, of creating wealth. I want us to create wealth, but we have to invest in commonwealth. That's education, basic science, infrastructure, civil justice, other things. But on the this issue, I'm sorry, I got lost here about the point I was going to make. You were making, Nick.
I would just throw out that if you live in Massachusetts, which I did, it's called the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Yes, there are two commonwealths. That's right. And so in the case of aligning interests here, yes, I want businesses to be successful. The problem is I've documented this up the wazoo with specific companies, that many companies no longer earn their profits in the competitive marketplace. Instead, they mine the federal Code of Federal Regulations, or they get laws passed to favor them. Make all the money you can, but make it in the damn competitive marketplace. Don't be a secret welfare recipient. Donald Trump, almost all the money he made during his lifetime was the result of welfare, as I've thoroughly documented from the public record. His very first deal, he got $400 million, and that's, I think, a lowball estimate, of welfare for a project in which his personal capital investment was zero. Donald never had $1 invested in Atlantic City. He had a negative investment of around $11 million at all times.
Yeah.
And so he had no skin in the game. And it was government favors and looking the other way on government policies that didn't take his licenses away that allowed him to make a lot of profits. And we need to recognize that government has a role to set standards, to set safety measures, and it costs money to have government.
And so,
David,
the difference.
David, I have a question on that because, from where I sit, and I do mentorships with young men coming out of the high school who are from disaffected communities. I have children in college, and I have a fourth grader. So, I mean, my biggest concern is the lack of investment in education, in that the general populace is woefully undereducated compared to what standards were in the past. We don't teach them basic life skills. We have other, I guess, more important agendas that need to be thrown out for education. And only those who have solid foundations or family structures that are investing in foundational understanding of good decision-making, right and wrong, are going to get it. The rest are going to be led by government entities. I have a problem personally with not having term limits on people in Congress, because what you say, these windows in which the Donald Trump could take advantage of are created or through omission, not attended to by these bureaucrats who sit in Congress and are lobbied continually one way or the other. And at some point, instead of, yes, the businesses, that's their job. They're looking in every direction they can to create profit streams. In one regard, it's disingenuous for them to have ad campaigns saying they're wonderfully client focused when all they're doing is mining welfare. But on the flip side, we've got a class of individuals who live in, breathe in the government, who don't facilitate the changes and don't invest in the education of our youth, but merely just tell them, hey, you got to vote for me and my longevity, which I disagree with.
So, Michael, on the issue of the education, I agree with you absolutely. America has an education system designed in the 18th century, when industrialization was taking hold and we were leaving our agrarian roots behind, and it was designed to produce people who could do limited reading, writing, and arithmetic, not critical thinking skills. And I've given speeches on every continent except Antarctica about how a cop I met in rural Slovakia, a waiter who served me in rural Austria, a random person who sat down next to me on the sofa at the Traders Hotel in Singapore, all over the world, I have met people who have vastly better critical thinking skills and an understanding of the world than Americans. A friend of mine here in Rochester, New York, who grew up in Siberia, understands American history better than anybody I know who isn't a history professor. And so we need fundamental reform of our education system without any question about that. And we need to teach people life skills, simple things like how do you handle money, but we also need to teach them the principles of democracy and critical thinking skills. And one of the most scary things out there are these studies that come out every couple of weeks that Americans can't distinguish fake news stories from real ones. None of us have any trouble doing that, but a huge portion of the public doesn't see the markers of things that are frauds. And
that's because you fact check it. You got to fact check that stuff.
People don't even know how to look up on Google how to answer a question.
Right. You got to check that stuff out.
And now part of this, though, is
without it,
we need to recognize that we have put huge structural barriers in the way of people of color in this country getting ahead. And it is a real deep cultural problem that we have to address if we're going to change this. If you grow up in a culture, whether you're Black, white, or Latino, where the history of your family for several generations is going to school didn't get you anywhere, your jobs were crappy, then you're not going to have any ideal about going somewhere else. I just got off the phone this morning with the first Black PhD who was hired at Kodak in the 1950s. He's almost 90 years old now. And my friend Walter and I were talking about how if you go to a Jewish synagogue, it's got libraries that are full of books. Go to the Black church and try to find a book. Try to find a discussion about Frederick Douglass, who published the Northern Star newspaper here, and find a Black high school student who's aware of his speech, what freedom means to me. We need to fundamentally reform our education system. And my students at Syracuse, which Syracuse is not Duke, but it's still a very well-regarded school. Many of my students, I'm appalled at their fundamental lack of knowledge about the history of the United States, about the concepts of democracy, about the most basic economic
issues. And I would say there is no doubt that different there are races and creeds of populations in our country that have not been served, but there are also, I mean, we can go to Appalachia and we can see woefully funded education that it's not a color issue that you know, and I mean, I would tell you in Palm Beach County, where I reside, that if you're not involved, which single parent households, it's difficult to be involved with their kids in the education continuum. But, you know, those kids that come out that are the vastly educated ones are going to private funded schooling. And so I agree with you. I mentor young men. I try to go in as often as I can to the classrooms at the high school level and confront them about, as Nick picked up his cell phone, you know, I try to tell him, hey, we went to the moon with less technology than what's in your hand. And it's your responsibility to think for yourself and use this. Don't just, but we're a soundbite world. They've lived on the Kardashians. They've lived on the falseness, and we've got to create someone somewhere to cut through that noise and give them substance.
Well, you live in, if you don't mind, Nick, you live in Palm Beach County, Florida. So I'm wondering if you're aware of the following. There are more than 4,000 people on the rolls of the county Economic Development Department who want to work in the hospitality industry. But none of them get hired at Mar-a-Lago because Donald put a little ad in a weekly paper there, this tiny ad, no name of his business, saying that there's jobs, send your resume to this fax. Many more people have a fax, without saying anything about where it is. Then he said nobody applied for jobs, and he was able to bring workers on a visa who he has much more control over and who are not Black.
Oh, so you got him on an HB1.
That kind of stuff is what keeps poor people poor and makes them cynical about, I'll never get ahead, the man isn't going to let me get ahead. And that permeates many white poor communities as well.
Oh, right. Also they have a lack of capital.
David, I'm a big fan of yours, and I enjoy listening to you speak.
Oh, yeah, you have a fan, but he's in California, so
He's not a fan.
oh, and there's another one, but he's in California.
But I did want to say a couple of things, and well, I want to compliment Salman for before I attack his argument. Salman's a wonderful human being, and he's walked the talk about work harder. And because all the startup failures you've had, you kept going and you made it happen. And so my hat is off to you. I tip my hat anyways. And but the argument that you can succeed just by working harder, I think it's a numbers game, because if everybody works for harder, still you're going to have winners and losers. And how the society treats the losers is how you define the society, whether it's just or not, in my mind, because not everybody can make it, even if they work their butts off.
So I got to break character now, and Jim, thanks for playing along with me, because my political and social opinions. But I was really providing a platform to answer some of the questions that are raised by Trump supporters. When you hit education and race, it was just too close to home. I'm, by the way, in complete agreement on the book and on the opinion about Trump and so on. But these are the kinds of things that I hear sometimes if I drive about an hour away from Research Triangle Park, or even if I drive like 2 hours away from Silicon Valley. That's basically what I hear. That race is not an issue. We outlawed racism, whatever, so many years ago, so many decades ago. So how come racism can exist? The thing about kind of like entrepreneurship and innovation is that it's really a rich person's game. So before I did start companies, I worked on a salary and I saved money so that I have a safety net. And if you don't have a safety net, you cannot really go out there. So I have these, I have a brilliant student who's from inner city. He's Latino, and he has some brilliant ideas, but he is the first generation college student. And it is, life, you can't just drop out of college and start a company. He's got by the way, he's so brilliant that he's got a full merit scholarship to go to Duke, just so that to give you an idea of how brilliant he is. And to give you an idea how much full merit scholarship is at Duke is that when my son applied here, he inquired, can he apply for merit scholarship? And they said, son, if you just get in, you should be happy. Don't worry about the scholarship part. We only kind of use those to pry students away from Harvard and places like that where they otherwise wouldn't come to Duke. So coming back to this person, let's just call him Jack. Basically, this whole post-COVID thing, we moved to online classes. And a lot of our students have big homes. They have their own rooms. He doesn't. He shares his room with several other people. I don't know how many people he shares it with. So he takes the class outside in Central Park. Well, I kind of revealed the city where he is in now. So he goes to Central Park and he takes the class there because that's the only quiet place you can find to take a class. So I mean, this whole COVID thing, in fact, has been a great unequalizer in some ways, because just talking about tax breaks and other incentives and other opportunities, a lot of people who have been well off have actually done even better. A lot of tech companies, their stocks have risen because people are staying home. They're using the technology. A lot of brick and mortar stores, those mom and pop stores, can't survive. I mean, we at Bay Area Chess, for example, are struggling. Financially, it's very hard for us. Yes. We don't have a huge donor base. We had to refund a lot of money to students when, mid-semester, we had to cancel our enrichment classes. And, we had to survive by pouring, I just had to pour my own money in order to keep the organization afloat. I don't know how long it can be afloat. On the other hand, the startups that I have invested in, they're generally doing fine because they are all tech and people are working comfortably from home. And in fact, they are sometimes even more productive from home. And they have been able to use this two things. One is the license to lay off people. So they have been able to cut staff. On top of that, they have been able to apply for PPP loans and get some free money in, which they don't have to pay back. So it's like free funding of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, David, you're right. The system is loaded against the poor and the disenfranchised.
Well, the PPP loans, they do, and believe me, I've been living in this world with small business owners. There was a huge frustration from my perspective coming in the rollout, and that big banks got to essentially decide, who was going to be seen first in line and last in line. I still have business owners frustrated because of that process. And understandably, the Treasury Department and the SBA don't have direct connections to lend money. It's got to come through banks. But on the flip side, I'm in the wealth management industry. I also do business coaching to see the people taking advantage of the program is frustrating, because I'm working with business owners who are trying to keep employees on the rolls and pay them. And we tried to educate them. The PPP is forgivable if you're using it to keep your employees paid. But by the same fact, we shot ourselves in the foot by mandating that unemployment was, on unemployment rolls, you get an extra $600 a week. Yeah. And you've got wait staff for restaurants who owners are trying to keep them on, but they're making twice as much on unemployment. So that's kind of the dynamics. Yeah, you have to accept and understand rolling out something this quickly, we're tend to have the unintended consequences are always going to roll up. But I do see those programs as having great intent. I just think too many hands in the pot kind of manipulated its rollout.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, when you bring the $600 a week, yeah, you're upside down in some states, like in Mississippi, extra $600 a week. I'm out of there. I'm not going back to work. But in California, where Jim is, $600 a week, I need that to pay for my shoebox, house. I mean, it goes nowhere. So the real problem, when I saw that, when that got passed, it should have been, we would increase your unemployment compensation that's given by the state 50% or something like that, as opposed to a flat number. So it was
and we've got business owners who they can, I guess the ruling that came out is, you have to notify your employees in writing, they can come back on the rolls and what have you. And the employer said, I don't want to do that I care about my employees. If they're going to make this much through the end of July, I'm going to invest, why am I going to do that to them? And still the community's not allowing me to open my business and for them to come in and work. So it's a real quandary for a lot of the small business owners to navigate through.
Sure.
And with very little guidance. That's what we've been trying to do from the business coaching standpoint, working with the accounting community and understand the real ground level impact of these programs. But there've been a lot of people, I'm embarrassed that several of the large investment advisory firms took out PPP loans. I'm frustrated that the banks directed the LA Lakers to the front of the line. As I would say to people, you've got to understand the intent versus just the structure of the program. The intent of the program was to keep employees employed, and small businesses, allow them to go to an idle mode rather than just shut down. Mm-hmm. But that got lost once, too many people got involved.
But let's talk about the intent. See, the thing is that there is an information silo here, that because we are in a certain group, we move around in a certain circle, we know about this. I found out about PPP loans only by accident.
Right.
I didn't even know that. And they're probably, I would say they're probably like lots of business owners currently in America who don't even know that they exist.
And that's where I would tell you, I've counseled accountants who are being told, oh, you should charge extra money for giving this information out. And I would use I would draw them a picture and say, hey, you help a business owner get his PPP and you charge them, they're going to say, okay, you got compensated for what you were supposed to do. If they don't get it, they're going to be pissed at you that they didn't get it, and they're likely going to sue you in some capacity. If you don't charge them and you're out there to just inform people and get the information out and assist them, if they don't get the PPP loan, they're going to understand the complexity and the challenges. But if they do, they're going to reward you with future business, because they're going to see you as a person who helped saved what they built, and that's how we have approached it. And we've over doubled our business in the last 3 months, simply because we've gone out and have tried to be a beacon for anyone and everyone that would. I mean, I'm dealing with realtors who are 1099 independent contractors, sole proprietors, S corps, C corps, small businesses, trying to make them understand their accessibility and use the program wisely, so that they can, have some relief in this environment. But you're right, not enough. The banks, unfortunately, we're seeing much better experiences for our clients through community banks, small regional banks. Personally, I'm moving all my assets out of a large national bank as things settle down, because they ignored me. They ignored my firm. And
Michael, we did a piece at the news organization I run, DC Report, by Eric Sherman, who used to be a staff writer at Fortune magazine, that essentially showed that the way this program was designed, it became an exercise in helping the biggest banks strengthen their ties to their biggest and most lucrative customers, and not help a lot of small businesses. Now, I felt a fiduciary obligation, because DC Report is a charity, to apply. So when the bank that we're with, M&T, announced that the window would be open, I immediately went to the website, and I was into the website within 3 to 5 minutes of the period they set, and they had put up a placard saying, "Sorry, we can't take any more applications."
Mm-hmm. Right.
And now a lot of money's been returned, but you're not seeing the reopening of this in a meaningful way. And on the other point you were making, my son now runs 2 hotels in another resort town from where we had our business, and he's having a terrible time hiring maids, front desk people, because of the $600 a week bonus.
Right.
Next time we do this, we need to have a better designed program that may act as a subsidy to you in some way,
right?
But doesn't say to people, your logical choice is to not work.
Yeah,
right.
But David, that would have been simple. All they had to do is a percentage of the unemployment as opposed to a flat rate, which never makes sense, because you know that the cost of living in San Francisco is totally different than the cost of living in Durham, North Carolina.
Totally about that.
I was going, how could they miss this? These are the best and the brightest. I mean, I got a real problem with the best and the brightest when they miss simple things like this. It's just like, how can we tell people that our health system is the best in the world? We know it's the most expensive, but then look at the result that we have with the coronavirus. It's absolutely horrible.
And as well, the big question, as we were trying to counsel, as we were counseling for application, is prepare yourself for getting the loan, because if you do not respond appropriately, a lot of this is you're going to have to justify that you use the money appropriately. So segregate the money, open a new account, segregate the money, do extra work to show the paper trail so that you can go back to the banker. Now, granted, I don't know why the banker would care in this capacity. It's completely owned by the Treasury. The banker should be rubber stamping these things as they go, unless they're rewarded in some capacity and we haven't seen that yet.
They get a fee,
but they got the fee on the front end. The thing is on so we're challenging them, and we're trying to work with them to say, hey, create a separate accounting for this money as it comes in, so you can show it and show the paper trail. And that's a challenge to a lot of small businesses, is opening new accounts and getting. I mean, we had a large national bank. I won't say their name, but they're up on the screen right now. Who we had a business client who had over $100,000 in business checking, had business credit cards, but they did not take out any loans, and they were turned away for their application because they did not have a business loan from them. So we weren't gonna, and it was like, this is fully insured federal government money. I mean, it's not, you don't have the Main Street lending, they have to underwrite. I get it. But the PPP, it was just this exercise of the financial industry, I guess, flexing its muscle in some capacity. I don't know. I thought they shot themselves in the foot.
One of the big New York banks' application form asked and rejected you if you didn't have a savings account. Now, if any of you know of any business that has a savings account, I'd like to hear about that.
That's weird. Usually have a checking account, but that is extremely strange.
Yeah. It was. It certainly. It required them to bring out revised. I think it's still interim, final directives. I don't know how it's interim and final at the same time, but they're trying to keep it flexible to deal with what comes up. So. But I agree. I mean, it's and the inflexibility of it. We have a client who owns a couple of restaurants and a nightclub in West Palm Beach, and his frustration is, I can't get access to capital for my fixed expenses, and I'm going to lose my properties because I can't make my rent payments. I can't, but I can pay my employees who don't want to come back because minimum state of Florida, they're with the 600, they're making $900 a week.
Yeah.
So,
Michael, I've got good news and bad news for you. We can hear you really well, but your picture is frozen, but you have this wonderful smile on your face. So if they froze my picture, I don't think I could pull that off like that.
I was trying to fix that, but I don't know how. So
there's a button at the bottom that says "Stop Cam."
Yeah.
Cam. There's a still picture.
There's a still picture. You got to hit your camera button.
Well,
Nick,
I've got to get running. I've got a
Michael.
A client meeting at 1:30. I appreciate the invitation. I look forward to participating more in the future.
Okay, all right. We'll see you, Mr. Michael.
Gentlemen, it was great. It was great to meet you all.
Thank you. All right. Yep. So as we're at the top of the hour, we have Jim Mead, who's from the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, is also a chess master. David K. Johnston, Pulitzer Prize winner, author of the book, The Making of Donald Trump. But the one I like, of course, is the book that deals with Perfectly Legal, because I ran into a lot of those characters in my practice. And we have a professor at Duke University, Salman Azhar, who's also a chess player and runs the Bay Area Chess, which is one of his favorite charities. Not meant to be probably, but it's now become one of his
it's not become a charity.
It's now become one of his favorite charities. And
Jim is involved with mechanics, so he knows how things
you're involved with mechanics. Okay, right. Yeah, well, the Bay Area Chess. Salman, do you ever run into Elliot Neff out of the Seattle area?
Yeah.
Right.
He comes to some of our tournaments, so we run some national and state tournaments in the area, and he comes very often there. Yeah.
He's suffering the same thing. He's suffering the same thing, Salman. He did a great job in the northwest part of the country, and he's hitting the same thing that you're hitting in San Jose. Yeah. The schools are closing, and so all of his programs are interimly suspended permanently.
Yeah, he teaches chess in the schools and Chess for Life all over the country. But what had happened is that the kids can't show up to these chess camps anymore.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. He can't do his teaching anymore. And I know he just rented. He sits on our board at IBM TV. He just rented, and he hasn't been very active because he's been scrambling with all the problems in the COVID-19 because the students can't show up. And then if you can't show up, there's no revenue to teach the kids. It's been kind of a real problem. Now at Duke University, where you teach, the way I understand, they're actually going to have physical classes in August. Is that what's going to happen at Duke?
Yeah, so basically what they're doing is for the housing, all the doubles are becoming singles. So they're going to have individual rooms for the students. They have contracted some hotels and apartments in the area for the overflow. And they are basically encouraging students to come back. The way the classes are going to be taught are kind of be interesting. It's going to be a hybrid mode even for the students that are here because of the distancing requirements and stuff. There may be some classes that are outdoors, for example, with tents and things like that. And then the indoors classes would have much lower capacity. So there's some classes that students would take from their dorm room. And what will happen is that 1 week, one group of students would come in, and another week, another group of students would come in. So they would flip-flop to make it fair for everybody. So that's basically what the plan is so far for the overall Duke University. And they're starting early, like a number of other universities. We are starting on August 17th for what they call the Big Duke. For the business school, we are actually doing the opposite. We are starting late. and we are kind of waiting until later to start hoping that the COVID thing would go down. So everything kind of moves in the business school about 6 weeks forward, whereas everything for the rest of the university moves 2 weeks ahead of time.
Salman, does your school have a plan for how to make sure students who are online are actually participating? Because I had to do this for the last 7 of my pre-law course at Syracuse University with undergraduates. And the only way I could make sure students were paying attention is I would tell them I'm going to call on people randomly out of the blue. And if you don't answer after 5 minutes and I'll try you again, you get marked absent. But, you know, students can log in and then just go away. Is there any way that you know of to ensure they're actually paying attention and participating?
Yeah, so there's no way to be sure, and the university doesn't necessarily, I don't think the university has a policy on it, at least I haven't read a policy. What I have is kind of like a strong guideline to have your camera on, and then I do cold call students through the, just to keep them engaged. It is also kind of, another thing that is kind of related to that is that I try to engage students ahead, basically in the first couple of classes by a thing that I used in my leadership called CAT, which is that I care for you, I can assist you, and I trust you. And so these things kind of help me get a little bit more engagement from students than normally I would otherwise.
Care, assist, trust. Thank you. That's very good.
Yeah. Oh, Salman, you also work with startups now. We actually have a program on Wednesday called Startup Wednesday, and Ankit could tell you also a lot about that, where what we try to do is bring startups where they can talk about their project to our worldwide audience. Have you had, here's been my issue, because working with startups as opposed to other people, have you had issues with startups showing up? In other words, we talked to them, we set up a meeting, and all of a sudden, poof, you get blown off. Have you seen that? Does that happen to you at all?
No, so that hasn't happened to me. I mean, other than a couple, once it happened, it was a misunderstanding, which Friday we were meeting, and I was actually right, they were wrong. It was more of a disorganization thing, but it's never really happened. Yeah, in fact, it's kind of like happened in reverse once, that I kind of forgot to show up.
Okay. Well, also we were looking at the odds of startups. In other words, the math behind the startup, the funded startups, and these are ones that are funded who've gone through vetting. Their odds of being around in business 5 years from now are less than 5%. Okay, I mean, is that do you ever talk to your startup people, say, look, you're going to get funded, but your odds of success are less than 5%? Does anyone ever talk? And you're funded. The unfunded ones have almost no chance.
Yeah, so exactly. In fact, there is a mad rush into entrepreneurship at a lot of universities, and this is where the education system is kind of failing us, because they are using this to attract students, because it's just like a buzzword these days. And what I kind of tell them is that you are too young, you don't know enough right now to do your own startup. And if you still think that you can, let's talk about it. Go ahead, Ankit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ankit, you were going to say.
Professor Salman, I have a question. So I have a question. So do you think we should have a separate program for people who want to run their startup as compared to people who want to do an executive job after their MBA?
I think it should be a separate program, but there are some common classes or some common training that both of them need. And I kind of go back to something that we were talking about a little bit earlier, is that the education system has really failed this generation, because we, just basic critical thinking and basic skills are not there. So my intro course actually starts with SWOT analysis of the person. So, we talk about SWOT analysis of a business, and these people don't know what business is, right? They've never been in a business, they've never worked. And then the second kind of module that I have is on decision analysis, how to make more effective decisions. And that's kind of like, and the kind of decisions I talk about is, which college are you going to attend? Which college do you apply to? Who are you going to date? What is your purpose of dating? Is it to get married? Is it just to have fun? And how does that define your values and your choices and so on? Things that they can relate to in their normal lives.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And if they fail,
And what do
you
you think about
blot them out.
exposure?
Sorry, go ahead, Ankit.
So, Professor Salman, what do you think about exposure of those startups who want to do something after their education? So they need a certain exposure as compared to people who do internship before and after their MBAs to get a good job in a multinational.
Yeah, so there is a concept of intrapreneurship, which I believe has many more opportunities than we are exploiting. Whereas where you are in a company and within the company you innovate, because you have a lot more resources. So as we were talking about a little bit earlier, Nick mentioned that a lot of startups, even funded startups, fail. So my batting average is kind of like the average batting average. That I just had enough. I took enough shots to kind of have a few go in. Mm-hmm. And if I really look back in it, there is kind of like a little bit of a random pattern. I think so, about 50% of it is just like misfortune or fortune. You just have to be in the right place. You got the right thing. So two of my startups were lost to just the economy. One in 2001, and one in 2007. They were both going great. And the only thing that I see common is that, is my own arrogance when they failed. So like, when we were going through the .com boom, we did a SWOT analysis, and you're talking about SWOT analysis again. The only threat was the whole economy tanking. That's how well we were doing. And I said, that's not going to happen. And we just moved on like 10 seconds. And those 10 seconds, I relive like, almost every month now, especially in the current economic crisis that we have. Mm-hmm. We have another guest, so maybe you would like to introduce her, and then
we're going to introduce Vivian Liu. She's from Chengdu, China. She's living in the United States right now. Does anyone know where Chengdu is? We're going to do a special on Chengdu, China. Vivian's heading up the special. A city has 16 million people in China. So welcome to the show. With us, of course, we have Ankit from New Delhi, who heads up the IBM TV channel, IBM TV Health channel, Jim Eid, who heads up the IBM Chess Fitness channel, Salman Azhar, who is a professor at Duke University, but now I find out he's a co-conspirator at the Bay Area Chess League. Okay, so he's one of the chess brethren. David K. Johnston, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, who wrote a new book that I haven't bought yet, but it's like the worst is yet to come. It's a very positive book. And Vivian from Chengdu.
Vivian is where the pandas are. There are 3 separate panda research.
Oh, you're right. Actually, David, I'm impressed.
I did to Chengdu to lecture. I think of Chengdu as being the Kansas City of China,
right?
If it had more tropical weather and 60 million people.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean it's a fair.
Where it's located, it's to China what Kansas City is to America, roughly.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the country somewhere with 16.
Everything's up to date in Sinha.
Yeah, we're so Vivian, tell the panel a little bit about who you are, what you do.
Okay, so my name is Vivian Li, and I'm from China, Chengdu. Right now, I'm a student at Berkeley, but because of the quarantine, COVID-19, I moved to LA for remote online classes. And now I'm really happy to join you guys for this Economics Monday because I'm majoring in economics.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you're actually in Berkeley, which is part of the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley. I'm just wondering, what is more socialistic, Silicon Valley or China, or are they both the same? What's your thoughts on that?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Okay.
Vivian, you're actually living in LA right now?
Yeah.
400 miles away, but going to school in Berkeley. So
it's one short flight if we were having flights anymore.
Yeah. Apparently she's going to school in Berkeley, but you're living in LA because Berkeley, the school isn't open. Is that correct, Vivian?
No, I think we all change classes to online.
Oh, okay.
So.
You're online. Okay. So
physically like most of the schools, they're all physically shut down.
Yeah.
You can go to my office at Syracuse if I wanted to.
Right. And you also speak Mandarin and Cantonese, is that correct?
No, I only speak Mandarin.
Only speak Mandarin, right? Mandarin and
Just
English.
a little, yeah, Mandarin, a little bit Cantonese, but
A
not
little
my.
bit Cantonese, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. And what is your plan? And I'm just very curious. What's your plan after you get an economics degree at Berkeley? I'm sure Salman never asks his students the question. Okay, after you get your degree, what's your plan?
Wow, that's a big question.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm a freshman.
Right.
I might pursue a master degree in economics, since economics is really a big field, and I think I need more time to, dig into it and learn more about it.
Do you think you'll become a business person, a professional, an academic?
I want to be a business person, but I think my personality is more, academic. So I don't know. I'll see. What
Before
time.
you came on, Salman was pointing out something he does that I also tell my when I was teaching graduate business students, and that is, if you think you're going to get rich by becoming a partner at a big accounting or law firm, very small chance. The smart thing to do is get to one of these places, learn some skill, find where there's a need that the market's not meeting, and because you've saved money by spending less than you make, go out on your own, hang out a shingle, and you got to do a lot of things in business. You got to manage all sorts of things employees don't have to do. But if you've got the skill to do that, you will make more money working for yourself.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But the thing is also, David, you need to have what they call a USP, which is as Salman knows and Jim knows, a unique selling proposition, or the greatest capitalistic tool in the world, which is to have a monopoly on whatever you're doing, which is a patent, copyright, or trademark.
Yeah.
In other words, if you don't control what you're doing, the resources, and you're not the capitalist in the market space, you're going to get run over. I mean, it's just the name of the game.
All successful business people work very hard to do, and I plead guilty to that.
Right. Yeah. In other words, you have to have your unique selling proposition in the market.
Practical matter, I plead guilty.
Right, or a niche, because what I've seen is and when I was in business school, but now it dates a long, long time ago. One of my economics professors says there's 3 ways to get rich. 1, you're born rich. 2, you marry rich. 3, you become a doctor. And that's it. Okay. And the thing is, so Vivian, which is it? Are you born rich? Are you going to marry rich? Or are you going to become a doctor? Which is it?
I think I'll choose the third.
Oh, you're gonna become a doctor. Okay, right. Well, the thing is, if you can't become a doctor, at least get a doctorate, because it does put you a little bit above the fray. But
I know how to make a small fortune.
You start with a large fortune. You invest in gold, Jim. I mean, I've heard that story. And you sit on gold for 20 years. So speaking of gold, because we did have a discussion about gold.
See you guys.
Yeah, we're going to see you later. Thanks, David. We'll see you again. All right. Okay, we did have a discussion earlier about gold as a investment. What is the Chinese position on gold as an investment? Vivian.
Wow, that's in China. I think in every country, gold is a really a material for investment. And I think in China, we have, the government controls the gold as well.
Okay. All right. So the thing is, it's not something that you would just go out and buy. Professor Salman, when you teach economics at Duke, do you have a specific specialized classes that you teach, or what classes do you teach there?
Yeah, so I teach mostly in data analytics and innovation and entrepreneurship. These are the 3 areas. So there are other professors that do teach economics. And at least at Duke, they are very mathematically inclined for whatever reason. I don't know how the other places are. But, I don't know if Berkeley is the same way. My brother, by the way, teaches marketing at the Hart School of Business in Berkeley.
Oh, really?
It makes my job easier because I just see his lecture notes and just reproduce them.
Okay. Well, I did notice that a lot of the economics professors, what they do is they do tend to have economic models, and econometrics seem to be like their big forte. In other words, it's almost like I'm going to quantify everything in economics. But is that really the right approach to economics? Because David Johnston was saying our education system is 18th century, but is the real approach to always do economic modeling when we've seen that taxes have a major effect on, the economic results? Culture has a major effect. In other words, there's a lot of variables that cannot be quantified. So are we doing a service to the clients, or the students, to just discuss econometric models and mathematical models when it comes to economics?
Yeah, so there's a fundamental incongruity between the incentive and what is deliverable. So the incentive is really to do research. That's how professors get tenure. That's how professors get promoted. So the reason I can do what I'm doing is because I'm not interested in tenure. So this is me kind of like more of a giving back to community and having fun. So the way professors get promoted is by getting big research grants. And the way that they get big research grants is by publishing papers. The way they publish papers is by talking about these models that are usually very theoretical and so on. And what the students care about, and maybe Vivian is slightly different because she is a grad student, but most of the population of students at undergrad, what they care about or what they really need is what can they learn that they can graduate and find a job. But very few of them go on to graduate school. Mm-hmm. But the professors want them to go on to graduate school because that's what they did. They haven't, known life outside. And I can actually understand and empathize with that. When I was getting my PhD in computer science, IBM, a friend of mine kind of from IBM approached me and said, would you like to work with us and so on? And I said, I thought he was just trying to be nice and kind of pump up my ego and stuff. I never thought IBM would hire me. And now I kind of look at people IBM hired, basically to sit on a desk and send emails, or print emails, I should say, and have their secretaries dictate emails. And I was said, maybe I should have had that nice cushy job. So I think that's the misalignment here of incentives.
Right. Yeah. And we're speaking of which, also when I see the professorships in entrepreneurship, okay, that they require a PhD in entrepreneurship. A lot of them do on the Chronicle of Higher Education. Okay. But here's the problem that I've seen. The professorship or a PhD in entrepreneurships really didn't come out till like the late 1990s or the year 2000. So senior people like myself can never get a job as a professor of entrepreneurship, even though I bootstrapped several multi-million-dollar companies, because I don't have a PhD, but PhDs weren't offered.
Yeah, that is a fundamental problem. I mean, people like you and Jim would be able to teach better than many of the professors who have a PhD in entrepreneurship and never done a company, because all they know is how things work in theory, which is not necessarily how they really work.
Well, also, isn't it counterintuitive to get a PhD, which usually takes 5 years of suffering in research? Most people that have PhDs, by definition, are not entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and when you're publishing papers, so I mean, I know of a professor who is doing research on predicting which startups are going to succeed and which are going to fail, and doing it quantitatively. And one of the things I was trying to impress upon them was that, look, most of the failed startups you don't even have data for. So you are basically have a biased model here, where your model is biased against what worked, but it cannot tell you what didn't work, because those startups you don't even I don't know about. They just started in someone's garage and died before anybody knew about it.
Yeah, but also if you do look, a lot of the unicorns where the startups were successful, like Microsoft, Google, and let's see, Amazon, these weren't people. They were not people that came from families that only had $400 in their pocket. Bill Gates' father was Bill Gates of Preston, Gates and Ellis, a major law firm,
right?
That provided him, I believe, one piece of advice when he bought the software. Notice he purchased the software, dirty operating system from Tim Patterson at Seattle Computer Works. He bought it. He did not sell it to IBM. He licensed it. Who gave Bill Gates the information to license and not sell the software. Wouldn't an attorney know the difference, like his father, Bill Gates Sr., where a young man like Bill Gates may not have known that?
Right.
Okay, so he had both social capital and physical capital to turn Microsoft in. He was not a guy, $500 guy. Sergey Brin and his Larry Page from Google, their parents were both professors, I believe, at University of Michigan. So anyone that you see that made it well actually started from the upper middle class. These people weren't people that, hey, they put on their bootstraps and became billionaires. They were basically, going to do well to begin with, and they just pushed it along a little further. So how can a person that comes from 50% of our society that really only has $400 to their name or less have any chance at all in making it in the United States of America?
Yeah, so I mean, the dice are really loaded against them. I mean, for me, I can tell you that if I had, and this kind of like speaks a little bit to race as well, but if I hadn't gotten into Wake Forest and Duke on scholarship, I would not be able to go there. And I would not have any credibility when I was fundraising or anything like that. Honestly, theoretically, it is unique selling proposition, but I can tell you that it's all made up. I just make up things as I go along. Right? Jim, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Because I have to leave now, but I didn't want to leave before saying something to Salman. I'm on the board of trustees of the Mechanics Institute, which is in San Francisco, and Salman's Bay Area chest is in San Jose. So, we could be fighting over the same territory, but what we want to be is allies and giving the gift of chess to children. So I wanted to say goodbye to Salman and wish you the best.
Thank you. Jim, I'll give you a call. We'll catch up. I also have a book that I want to share with you.
Okay. And Len, you take over because you're wearing a good shirt too.
I need to probably run in a few minutes as well. So, any last minute things that you have, Len, or actually Len is joining in. Ankit, you probably know the thing, and we can then turn it over to your other guests.
Sure. So Len is from Dollar Store, and he's one of our sponsors. Len, would you like to introduce to Professor Salman? He teaches at Duke University.
Oh, Duke.
Yes.
Well, I have to say, Salman, my mother went to Duke. I used to. She graduated. I think it was 41. She's not alive anymore, so I can't tell you. I used to joke and say that she went to Duke when it was called Trinity University. But of course, as you probably know, Duke Trinity became Duke around 1921 or 22. So she used to get annoyed with me when I would say, "Oh, but you went to Trinity, you didn't go to Duke," and so she laughed. Now I think that was the right time period. It was 1921 or 22. I'd have to look it up, but I remember doing that once. Anyway, it was when she was a little girl. But there you go.
So wonderful. Well, that is great to know. And just for the history, Trinity College is in Durham, and James V. Duke, who is from Durham, went to Trinity and gave them, I think, $2 million to change their name to Duke University.
Right. Yep. In the day when 2 million meant something, right?
Yeah.
So
So I don't think, Lynn, you can go around giving $2 million to like even a community college these days and ask them to change the name to Shepherd University.
That's true. So Salman, I remember my father was a traveling salesman, and for some reason, it's sort of like a lot of traveling salesmen. When we took vacations, he used to like to drive. So when I was on semester break, and I went to an all-male college, which after I got out became a co-ed college, but and maybe you're familiar with Lehigh, where I went, and so when I went to Lehigh, it was just an all-male college. So we drove down, and I had never been to Duke. It was my sophomore year, and I sat outside of the Duke Chapel, and I said to myself, "What am I doing? Why am I going to an all-male college when I can have this kind of an experience?" And it really was wonderful. And by the way, I don't know whether, Salman, you know that the Duke Chapel was the architect for the Duke Chapel, was from Philadelphia. He was a very famous, and I can't remember his name, black architect who I'm sorry?
Abel, A-B-E-L-E, Abel.
Right, okay, yeah. And he also designed the chapel at Harvard. He was president of his architecture class at Penn, and he designed all. He's not well known. I mean, you know his name, but he's just not well known. So, so what do you teach at Duke?
I teach innovation, entrepreneurship, and data analytics.
Wonderful. My grandson graduated from Penn State, and he was in the entrepreneur program.
Oh, wonderful.
So, yeah, it's a great program.
Yeah.
So I guess before we run out of time, Ankit, should I talk about the dollar store?
Sure, please.
Okay.
So, Lynn, just a quick note. When my family immigrated to US, we immigrated to Philadelphia, so I'm very familiar with Lehigh. One of my brothers went to Penn, and another went to Penn State. So we have multiple connections here. But, let me hear what you have to say about Dollar Store. I have to leave in about 5 minutes.
So we'll say it very quickly. We're a sponsor for Money Masters PBS. We love the mission of closing the gap between poverty and financial sustainability. And we're here giving half of our profits to Money Masters PBS because we really want to support the mission. Now, I said yesterday, and I'm going to say it again, through the end of July, we're going to give 100% of our profits to Money Masters PBS because we really want people to sign up. And so let's talk about the dollar store. It's Salman. It's in online.
For a second.
Go ahead.
I'm Kim Calhoun from Raleigh, North Carolina. So thank you for joining us from Duke. I am a patient at Duke since 1998. They actually saved my life. So one of the world's rarest diseases. But anyway, I want to interrupt Lynn for a second because he has this wonderful heart for investing in great things, but also donating forward. And he has donated 50% of their revenues towards our financial literacy program. Nick and I started a program back in 2016. He actually started before I did, but it was to close the gap between poverty and sustainability. And the bridge to that gap is financial literacy. And we kind of changed the term to financial fitness because it's not as boring, right? And so what we're trying to do is inspire people to become more financially fit. And so some of the things that I learned in my journey with Nick, which I've always done my own bookkeeping, I'm an entrepreneur just like these great and wonderful people are, is that there's five key elements. It's not about the money you make, right? We can make as much money as we want, and you can just lose it all. So it's all about how you spend it, how you invest it, which is very, very important, right? How you save, which is very, very important. Saving and investing are two different things. Some people don't know the difference. Paying taxes. See, a lot of people don't think about that, and especially athletes. Sometimes when they get that first big check, I have a story where he's like, wow, I got this check, and he spent it all in 1 week and didn't realize he had to pay taxes. So he almost went broke. He had to really kind of correct that problem real fast and get an accountant to help him. But the most important is paying forward. After you've done all of these things, to make sure you pay forward, whether it's to a charity or to your family, to church. These things are very, very important to keep it in circulation. So we started a TV show called Money Masters PBS, inspiring financial literacy. And we scaled the model and was doing some shows with IBM. And it kind of grew from that to we acquired IBM TV. And, the show is still going. But anyway, so we decided we wanted to go to a global platform. And when we did that, you need sponsors. And Family Dollar heard what we were doing, and they stepped up to the plate to be our first sponsor, which is just awesome. And in the realm, we started the shows, what we call Pod TV platform, which is what you're seeing, very cost effective. We went from filming at $1,000 per minute to a fraction of the cost, and we don't have to travel. So people like Lynn and the Family Dollar Store do a lot of things for people. And it's a win-win-win situation. It's not just donating forward, it's online shopping. I always say time is money. If you save that time, you're saving a lot of money. If I add up what my time is on a per hour basis and I go shopping, it makes me sick of time I'm wasting. So shopping online, and the dollar store is one of my favorite places to go. So they've got 4,300 items at the online dollar store, and they keep up with the current times. So when it became necessary to have masks, they got a case of masks that you can order online, and it's a lot more cost effective than almost wholesale price. They're almost 50 cents per mask that you're paying for. They have, if you buy $25 worth of items, the shipping's free. Heck, I can spend 25. And the thing I learned about them is they have a lot of, the online store has a lot of the same cosmetic items I personally buy. Some of them are $60 on Amazon, for face maintenance and stuff. It's $2 on the same volume, same packaging. And another item I purchased over the counter, it's $25 over the counter. It's $2 here. So we're saving ourselves during this time by not being in crowds, going to a store when you don't have to. You're able to buy your essential products. And they have every kind of soap you can think of, from Caress to Dial to Irish Spring to I can't think of them all. They've got name brand products, Johnston & Johnston. It is easy to shop at, and if you contact Ankit or we'll give you some free shopping points. In other words, they're dollars that you can use. You just have to register with us, and then, of course, register online with the dollar store. But you got to answer Ankit's question. Ankit, what's your question?
So today's question is, we need to know the 5 important steps to be a good entrepreneur.
Okay, and so what I want people to know is going to the Family Dollar Store is as easy as, you go to IBM.TV. We made it real simple. IBM.TV. If you're watching the show, you've already been there. You click on that big green button. See that? Big green button.
Yeah.
And if you're colorblind, like Lynn talks, says that he knows people who are colorblind, it's big, it's round, it's at the very top of the page, it's easy to go to. But what better mission is there than to sit there and say, we want to fight poverty, we want to close that gap between poverty and sustainability, and we want to do it with literacy. So what we did was we started this Economics Monday. All of our shows that we've been airing since March 8th, they've all spun off to shows of their own. And Sasha is now doing how to trade, how to take your money and do trading. And then we've got Nick Palaveda constantly doing seminars and sessions online that anybody can get for free. You just register and you get them for free. And we're just one class after another spinning off. The conversation with David K. Johnston and Edward Snyder every week, the dean from Yale. It's been phenomenal and educational. It's actually reminded me of a lot of things that I actually need to recheck and do. So it's not just an education, it's refining the things that we need to be doing every day. So I really encourage people, if you shop at the dollar store, instead of getting in the car, driving there, which is gas, right? Time is money. And you can save yourself, hopefully, from maybe being around somebody who might have the COVID right now. We don't want to do that. And just buy all of your items online. And it's just so easy. I'm going to pull up the dollar store. It's hard for me to pull it up from that particular screen, so bear with me a second. And I will share with you the great thing about the dollar store is they have CBD products. You can't get them usually shipped to you from most other stores. A lot of the payment companies will not take payment from some of the CBD companies. I think PayPal has been interrupting that business a little bit, but they sell them in small volumes. and the patches, which are a favorite of our team here. Everybody on this team buys these patches because you can just put them directly locally where your pain is, and it prevents the pain. The small volume, you can test it and try it out and see if it's right for you, because there's different kinds. I didn't even know how many different kinds there were. My sister even bought some for her husband, thinking it would help him. She paid $120 to $130, I think, for the small bottle, and it didn't work right for him. So, you got to, one, be careful, but two, just, the dollar stores and name you can trust. And of course, I got to do this just because Lynn's here. They've got my favorite product.
Minion napkins.
They have Minion napkins. Hey, you got to have a vice, right? My vice is Minion. And the fact that they have this sense of humor like this just encourages me to want to buy from somebody who is just as generous as these people are. What Lynn has offered is that from now, well, Lynn, I'll let you tell everybody what you're offering.
So for anybody who signs up between now and the end of the month, we're going to give them 50 additional gift tokens, or call them gift points, that they can use in the store. And by the way, when people shop, they also get gift points every time they shop. If they bring somebody on as a customer themselves, they will get another 50 gift points, plus the customer that they bring on will also get 50 gift points to be able to use. And what's great is I've decided that between now and the end of July, I'm going to give 100% of the profit to Money Masters PBS, because I really believe in the mission. So why not get the extra gift points? They're just like getting gift cards. We just have to call them gift points or gift tokens. I guess that's how they're listed on the site, but that's okay. And we deliver right to your house, except if you live in the community where I do, which Salman may know. I live north of Philadelphia in a small community called Brynathan, if you know about it. And
there, but I've heard of it.
Okay, and so it's a place where people should really visit, because it's got a wonderful cathedral and a couple of castles that people ought to see. But anyway, we don't have delivery here in our town. So, but we also don't have the COVID virus, which is also something else.
So I mentioned that, remember, about 2 months ago when you were sitting there telling me we don't deliver to our homes. And I went and did a search on where COVID was not. And I was like, that is fascinating. It's your place in that little bitty island in between Canada and the U.S. What's the name of that island?
Oh, well, that's the Thousand Islands. No, we're not there.
Right, but you have to take two boats. Well, it's still in the U.S., but you have to take a boat to Canada, and then from Canada back into that island. And I forget the name of the island right now. But the two places do not have COVID, and I have to wonder about the mail. Right, nothing against the mailman. I'm all for them sustaining this year. I'm going to sign whatever petitions to keep them alive. But I have to wonder about that, right? It's just, that was an interesting fact. So
yeah, well, actually, the whole area, even a couple of the surrounding towns, or even our county that we're in was the worst county in Pennsylvania for a long time. In the specific area of the county where we live, it's been the amount of cases have been very, very low, which is really good. So it's not just our town, but it's within the whole section of what's called Southeastern Montgomery County. And so we're good here. But the most important thing is, even if people are afraid of getting COVID virus, look at the wins. Don't go out. Therefore, you don't have to get the COVID virus. Don't spend money driving anyway. You save money. Time is money. Get products cheaper, and you're giving to Money Masters PBS. And you can get Minion napkins. That's the fifth thing. So there we go.
I always say you need to do 5 things to encourage people. I am impressed with the fact that you guys took that huge leap to meet essential needs for current situations, and you guys went out and got the masks. And these are I swear this is the same box at my doctor's office when I go in for my treatments. I swear it's the same box. And I deal, one of my side businesses, we're dealing in the PPE products that are coming in and out of the U.S. And this is not a bad price. I'm going to tell you guys right now, the price changes daily at the port. It's almost like a fish market. It's whatever the prices come in at the port. You no longer are negotiating the rates with the manufacturers unless you just really had a big company and you already had that relationship. So, so again, especially now, I think I heard Nick Friday mention that we are mandating masks in most states. So, and that will be part of, I guess, your regulations to go to work in some places. So, and I mean, even when I go to the Duke Medical Center for my appointments, we have to wash our hands before we go into the door, get a mask. I mean, we got this procedure, right? So, and I think Nick's on. Did I see Nick?
I just have to say one other thing before Nick says anything, and that is I encourage anybody who's going to play chess with Sasha to do what Jim does, and that is he gets one and he puts it on his head ahead of the game because he wants to reduce the pain of playing chess with Sasha. And then, of course, he puts one on his arm because moving those chess pieces can be very stressful on the arm. So anyway.
Lynn, I got a question to ask you. I gave you that to wear the patch before you do your digging out in the garden. Have you tried that?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Does it work better?
Absolutely. It does. It does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned that at Duke where they taught me to stay ahead of the pain, right?
Yeah. I'm a tennis player like Nick is, and I'm not left-handed. I play right-handed, but I get tendonitis in both shoulders, and so I put them on, and they do help. Believe me.
Lynn, that means you can't play cricket.
You can't play cricket. If you got tendonitis, you can't play cricket. So,
yeah. Well, I have to learn cricket first, Ankit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Ankit and I can take care of that. But I need to run right now. Thank you so much. And I've already.
Salman, make sure you go to the Alexander Starr has a show on chess. And I think Shirov is going to be playing this Saturday on IBM TV.
Okay.
IBM TV at 3 o'clock, Chess Stars with Sasha. The former number 3 in the world, Alex Shirov, is playing Dolmachenko from Germany.
Alexander Donchenko, very young, 22 or 23 years old.
Grandmaster.
From Germany.
Yeah.
And don't forget that there will be hundreds of dollars in cash prizes.
Yeah, we give out cash prizes. You have to guess the moves, and you get cash prizes for guessing the chess moves.
This
called
is
Chess Stars.
Yeah, it's completely new chess competition.
It'll be on IBM TV this Saturday.
Right.
So sign up for Chess Stars.
It's very democratic competition where everyone has a chance to win.
Right.
It's see, in chess there is a hierarchy where higher rated players will demolish lower rated players. And sometimes lower rated players will demolish you because they're using engine and can cheat online. In our competition, it's impossible. So everyone has a chance to become a winner. And I had a case when 11 years old boy from Vancouver with a rating of 1500 won a contest where there were about 3 grandmasters, including Maurice Ashley, by the way. And this boy, Victor Bayer, I think his name, he became a winner of the contest. So this is a new form of chess. It's a democratic chess. There are no hierarchy. You don't have to be a member of any federation, US or any others. Everyone who registers playing. And we are going to prepare a world championship for move predictors with a price point of millions of dollars. And this is our answer to elite chess in this form of competition where it's now 12 players are taking 99.99% of all budget available to chess. So this is not just for fun. We would like to completely reorganize the process of chess, how it's done in the world.
It's like kibitzing, except you win money on it. Anyway, it's 3 o'clock on Saturday. See if you can make it. Chess Stars. Okay.
That's right.
Well,
Thanks for coming.
Excuse myself. I have a meeting in a few minutes.
Yes, right. I got you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you, Salman.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Wonderful conversation today, guys. I've been listening, even though I had to get a lot of stuff done. Awesome economic day, business and economics. I think we're going to change the title to business.
It's just going to take us a while. Just like anytime you try to make a change, it just don't happen overnight. You got to change business, economics, got to put all this stuff. It'll be business and economics.
We'll make a new acronym, B&E Day, right? The B&E Day, business and economics, or EB. EB?
We'll just do business and economics Monday. You know, I mean, that's
business and economics.
But Nick, what we were doing yesterday, that we created your name as an abbreviation, and we have created a full form which is National Insurance Cash King.
Oh.
Yeah, you're the National Insurance Cash King.
Okay. Well, whatever. You know, all I know is that.
And you know, Kim full form, Kim says knowledge is money.
Knowledge is money.
It is? Okay.
That's
well,
me. That's my name, Kim. Knowledge is
and
money.
then is legend invest naturally.
Anyway, I don't know. So what do we have on the program for tomorrow? We do the celebrities, right? Is that on tomorrow's program?
I think so. Yeah. I don't know who's RSVP.
We should do celebrities and entertainment. We should change the title of that one, celebrities and entertainment.
Tomorrow we have Henning at 12 and 1 p.m. we have Chess Without Borders with Jim. And at around I'm not sure Vivian what time she's available, but she has an entertainment zone as well, and she's very popular on Instagram. So she might join us tomorrow as a Celeb Tuesday on Instagram. What do you think, Vivian? Tomorrow, talking about Instagram and trends.
Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, because
we'll have Vivian as a celebrity.
Yeah, we'll have Vivian on. She can talk about her new special.
She is an Instagram celebrity. She's already.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to get her to Instagram with me, so I can say I know her. So we'll have to Instagram.
Well, David K. Johnston knew that Shandu had pandas, so the thing is, I was going okay.
You know,
I didn't know that.
You know, that's really cute. Now that was a good conversation we were having today. I need to go get his new book. I
do. I didn't know he had that new book out. So we were able to shamelessly plug and promote, you know, which is what we do here. Shameless plug and promote. Okay. Even Alexander Starr's Press Stars this Saturday, we're going to shamelessly promote that all week long on IBM TV, Sasha, you know, because
thank you.
I also loved your program. The investment program, and that intro was a killer intro.
I told you.
I did not know who did Gwen do that?
Gwen did that. So Gwen has become this fabulous.
I don't want to tell him how much we would pay for an intro like that, but it's not cheap. That was a great intro.
That's an expensive intro.
We'll plug that this Wednesday. This Wednesday at 1 o'clock is the investment show with Sasha.
Do we have the intro? Can we play it?
Oh, I don't know if we have. It's somewhere in our program. But for those who haven't been there, you've got to go to the show, Investments with Sasha, Wednesday, 1 o'clock. Okay. And for those who haven't bought from the Family Dollar Store, buy from the Family Dollar Store. It helps promote IBM TV through our company Money Masters. PBS.
What they're doing, they've switched over and they're going to donate up to 100% to us between now and July of whatever's purchased.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, we'll
the end of July, not the beginning of July, the end of July.
That's fine. We're going to keep encouraging people to sign up for the Family Dollar Store, I'm going to try to make the investment one because I really missed Sasha's guesses.
So watch
what he's invested.
Wow.
is a killer intro. That's his intro. That is killer.
I'm surprised about one thing. At the
What?
end, and the end of this presentation, you could see me sitting at the roulette table in the casino.
So?
And well, the pictures are forbidden to be taken in the casino, and I'm surprised that nobody yet noticed that. But
We just haven't noticed it yet. Just give it some time. We know that's a.
We can always say it's at your house.
That was at your house.
Or on a
yeah,
whatever. And I'm not sure if people notice that. That's at a casino. You're sitting in front of a table.
I know that it looks like you're playing poker or something, right?
Yes,
but
I was playing poker. But
we like the analogy that it's making, right? That you're placing your bets in the stock world, right?
So this particular picture was taken in the Aruba casino.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, and there I was actually playing poker, and there were no objections because prior to that I won jackpot in 3-card poker, and so I was like king of the casino, and I could take pictures. I could do anything what I wanted.
You know, Len, we have to do a commercial like that for the dollar store.
Yeah,
you know that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we got to beg. We got to beg
on
Gwen, but he probably needs content. Then we can run the commercials, because if we run the commercials, that'll give us a break, so we'll have time to eat or do something.
Well, Win is really, he is organically grown the way to do this. I mean, he has been doing some edits for us off and on when we could not afford to hire somebody. Yeah. And he's been self-trained. I mean, give him a little bit of here, this is what I kind of want. And he's so creative. Yeah. He just takes it to that next
that was a killer commercial, killer intro for Sasha's Wednesday show investment, and we're going to have to do one for the dollar store so that when we want to take a break, because this goes on for 4 hours with no breaks, guys. I mean, but we can press time for commercials. And we'll press the family dollar store. Lynn doesn't have to show up today, but we'll press his commercial.
Very good idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea, and then we could also show commercials on Sasha. And it's 2:00, so it's time for our.
Are we gonna fly?
Well, we need our ambassador to show up. Then we need to fly away.
There we go.
Our ambassador.
It's time to wrap up, and thank you for joining us on Economics Monday. And tomorrow we have Celeb Tuesday, and post that we have Chess Without Borders with Jim, Tuesday, 23rd January, and do join us. Thank you very much, and take care. Have a good day. It's time to wrap up. Bye bye.